the gym. I know many of you are triggered. People, it's 2026. People go to the gym and they bring their cameras because after all, if you didn't film it, it didn't happen, right, guys? He's going to examine his form. He's a powerlifter, and frankly, I don't give a shit if he wants to check out his form or if he wants to post it. The rule of the gym, now hear me, it says you're allowed to film. In the gym, this gym, you're allowed to film. If the gym said no filming allowed, then he is automatically in the wrong, and I could care less. But you're allowed to film in this gym. And so did you see anyone in his background? Was anyone else being filmed? I saw essentially an empty gym with one guy bench pressing, and he's the only one being filming. There wasn't a guy in the back dry humping another man. Perhaps he was cheating on his wife with another man, and he noticed that it captured him on film, and he's thinking, oh my God, the secret's out. Or he wasn't playing hooky from work. He was at the gym and caught on camera. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Or scratching his ball sack because he had sex with too many girls and now has an STD. None of this happened. The set's over, and bro with the backwards baseball cap, probably balding, doesn't like that. You can go and get a hair transplant if it bothers you so much. But hey, I digress. Now, I'm going to assume he's on performance-enhancing drugs. Aren't they all? The guys who all they feel is rage. You know, like Mr. Mike. The last time he approaches this man after lifting. What was he? Was he too loud? Was he yelling? Did he make him feel uncomfortable? Turking restarted. He's sitting there minding his own business, and you approach him and say this. I mean, what's next? You're going to pull off a Mike Van Wyck and throat punch this guy? He stays calm, doesn't really react. Bro. Who is bro? He's in his 50s. I don't care what he thinks. I'm in my 20s. Bro doesn't understand that there's Instagram, there's followers, there's reasons to film in the gym. And so he doesn't react. When you're mad, angry, and you have no self-control, you're not stoic, everything you say comes across, let's just say, in a very bad way. Automatically, the person hearing that is going to be thinking, are we about to fight? What is going to happen right now? Your spidey senses are tingling, you're concerned, you're worried, and some people who carry things on them in the gym, you never know what can happen. Why would you start this late? Does it really bother you that much that bro's filming? So much so that you're willing to go and put your life on the line to make those comments. Because trust me, the wrong person hears that. Let's say bro has had some mental health problems his entire life, and he hears that. It could be the thing that makes him snap. You never know. You cannot know what other people are thinking or what they have been through. At least that statement wasn't all that bad. If he had led with that, without cursing, without swearing, without trying to be intimidating, they might have had a civil conversation. But because of the way he introduced himself, the way this conversation went, he's immediately going to be on the defense.
And the fact that you fucking film yourself and lose a little weight, you don't have fun with yourself.
And so the fact that you're filming this little weight, he throws up 315 for 3 reps. I mean, at this point, I literally thought this was staged. I thought, this is sarcasm, it's funny. I was into it. I was like, there's no way that bro is actually saying this little weight. And then he calls him a fat Turk. I mean, he's a power lifter. Is he in fact overweight? Is he in fact obese? Yes, of course he is, but you don't walk up to someone out of the blue without them asking and say, hey, you're fat. I mean, if somebody approaches me and says, Coach Greg, am I fat? I'm going to say, yes, obviously, look at yourself. But if they don't ask, I'm not voluntarily going out of my way to put them down. And so his response, that's cool, bro. Like, he's like, whatever. Sticks and stones can break bones, but names will never hurt me. And frankly, I would rephrase it to, see you later, bro from Bangladesh. What are you, on tren? I mean, like, I absolutely would have been saying, lay off the tren. Like, you need to lower your doses. He decides to just say, that's cool, bro. Like, whatever you want to say, it's not bothering me. I'm not offended by this. It's just like all the mindless, useless, stupid comments that I read on Instagram, that I read on YouTube, that I read on the internet. There was a stat somewhere that said 70% of comments are from bots. I certainly hope so, because I am amazed, I am shocked at the insensitivity of all the morons writing comments, one after the next. When I see cyclists or motorcyclists getting into car accidents and literally are passing away on the road, people say, you deserved it. Imagine that's your brother, your sister, your mom, your friend, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. The insensitivity, and I mean, this is coming from Coach Greg. You all think I'm a hater. Oh, you say the most ridiculous things. I say nothing compared to the comments that I'm reading.
Let's go.
And so he responds with, let's go. Bro can't even hear. I mean, I at least have a hearing aid. I have an excuse not to be able to hear what people are saying. Let's go. What is he, a Jesse James fan? Let's go.
Glorify God. God is great.
Let's glorify God. I get it. You're religious and so on. Why doesn't God help these individuals? Does anyone think that this man who went and verbally attacked this individual, like, does anyone think that he isn't having some form of a horrendously bad day, bad week, bad month, bad life? What happened? Did his wife cheat on him earlier that morning? Did one of his sons, perhaps family members, be diagnosed with some serious illness? And perhaps he has a daughter, and that was the first day she posted on her OF account of her, and she was filming herself in the gym, and so he just can't handle it. I mean, his daughter, OF, filming in the gym, and so perhaps he was triggered, couldn't handle it, and so should we just forgive him? We just forgive him, right? Because mental health, you know, whenever somebody does something wrong, probably something in their own life led to that moment. Perhaps they didn't find God. Something bad happened to them, and so that's why they're lashing out. Probably there's a reason, but does that excuse it? Does that mean it's okay? Should we then just forgive and forget? Oh, it's okay. Bro, you wanted to attack me, you're pushing me, you're shoving me, you're flicking off a phone, you're cheering for somebody to get in second. Martin Fritzwater. Should we then just what? Offer to buy them a family vacation? No, I can see that you're stressed, obviously. Stressed so much. Going and verbally swearing at this man. We should offer it for you and your wife, your kids, to go on a vacation, perhaps in the Maldives. That way you can de-stress and you'll feel better. Is that what we should do? I mean, that's what happens in the bodybuilding world. What I personally think should happen right here is that man should look at this and think, I can't believe I'm that big of an asshole, and make a formal apology to both him and the gym. I'm suffering from some mental health problems. I don't want to get into details, but what I did is inexcusable. I can't believe that I did this. I am absolutely embarrassed. I know that you perhaps will not forgive me, but I want to promise you that I will never speak to someone like this ever again. I should have done it differently, and I have my regrets. I think most of us would forgive him, but no, they don't do these things. They never do. Why can't they just apologize?
I called them, and in 10 minutes he was banned. He's banned from the gym. He's also banned from other gyms in the area as well.
It's happened before. He's been banned before. He's a repeat offender. And so perhaps we need to buy him an entire year of vacations to the Maldives. I think that in certain situations, we shouldn't just say, oh, it's his mental health. I don't feel like that is an excuse, because if we just suddenly say, yeah, but bro is suffering from mental health problems, and so he gets the pass, I think that's setting a dangerous precedent, because how would you feel if everyone who has had a poor childhood, who's been traumatized, who has baggage, they all get to just what? Do whatever they want, say whatever they want, push people around? How is that okay? And so I do believe he should be banned permanently from these gyms. I don't think this is okay. Lucky he did it to this individual. He's a strong man. He's in his 20s, powerlifter. What if it was a woman? Most certainly people would be up in arms. It would be even more angry. This isn't okay, whether it's a man or a woman, and some of you are probably thinking, why didn't he just lay him out? Why didn't he just go off on him? You would have done that because you're a real man. No, a real man perhaps has the ability to fight, the ability to take that man out, but he has self-restraints and would only do so in an emergency for self-defense. If you start instigating, yeah, he came up to him first, and if you decide, no, I'm going to pull off a Larry Wheels, it takes a greater man to exhibit self-restraints when you know you could do something. Choosing not to resort to violence, that actually takes more courage, and so I encourage you, don't just lash out. He could have went and fought this guy. Let's say he's good at whatever, he punches, knocks him out. Does that teach him a lesson, or does he then come back in an hour with something and it's over for everyone? And so it's not always a good idea, and oftentimes it's a bad idea to let things resort to violence.
I get there and he's there and he immediately corners me in the bathroom, asking to take the video down. I said, hey man, can't do that.
Imagine if he had walked up to him and said, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. I'm embarrassed. Imagine if he had apologized to him. Imagine how different this would have went down. If he had done that, most certainly Joey Swoll would have made a report. Hey, and did he apologize for his actions? Actually, this time, 1 out of 10 he actually did. Rare does anyone apologize. They almost always double down. And so, guys, can you not learn from Coach Greg? If you make a mistake, which we all do, I'm not saying I'm better than it, well, actually I'm better than this man, but if we make mistakes, no one here on this earth is perfect. We've all sinned, we've all done bad things in our lifetimes, and so understand that you can in fact apologize. That's the least you can do.
Corners me in the bathroom and he's all like, we can handle this right now. We can go outside or do this right here.
Bro cornering him in the bathroom saying he can handle this right now. He's like, look, I'm not Larry Wheels. I ain't no cuck. I don't want to see any of that. Get away from me. We're in the bathroom. I don't like men in that way. He could have said that. Perhaps it gets more violent. Who knows? He's like, look, I'm not taking the video down. I'm allowed to record that video. Look around and find out. Actions have consequences. You shouldn't have said what you're doing, and if you didn't want it recorded, you knew I was recording, why did you then say it? You knew I was recording myself bench pressing, and yet you still came over and said all these things. And so what did you think? Because you're tough, because you had a hat on backwards, because you didn't shave off your beard, that you're going to intimidate me? You've been instructed to be kicked out of gyms in the past. You were a repeat offender. This guy is a hindrance to society. And so those of you who might be thinking, hey, mental health, forgive, he deserves a vacation. Not everybody does. And so when Andrew Jack offered to pay for a vacation for Martin Fitzwater, I don't think that that's the right way to handle this. By rewarding negative behaviors. It often happens in society. Oftentimes men, for example, who are trying to flirt with women, they'll neg them, they'll treat them bad, and so then those women will be like, well, every single man is nice to me and they think I'm hot, and so this guy is treating me like an asshole, and so I'm going to be nice to him, extra nice, because why is that person not telling me that I'm the hottest thing around? And so sometimes the nice guys finish last and the assholes get actually better treatment. And listen to this stat. When you are a bully, the stats, a male bully, when younger, has more sexy time with more women. More bullying leads to more sexy time. And for women, get this, the more they're bullied, the more sexy time that they get. It's the opposite. And so what exactly is happening? I'm going to put 2 to 2 together. Oh, you're bullying me, you're making me feel bad, you're saying bad things about me. I'll show him. I'll win his respect by dropping my pants. That is what's wrong with this world. The nice guys are finishing last, and the bullies are getting more of the sexy time that they want by bullying the women.
Let's just talk this out with the staff. And he just kind of walks away, and I'm trying to do my workout. I just popped my pre and I gotta walk home. I can't even work out today, man. This sucks.
Perhaps Bro gets Blue Lobster. He's at the gym. He's going for a PR in the squats, and he has to leave the gym because Bro is cornering him in the washroom. Imagine if this happened to a woman. Brody corners her in the gym, demands that she take the video down. Do you really want people like this to hang around freely in our society?
The police came.
That's
Still in the gym, and I'm not.
So police come in, he leaves, and Bro is still training in the gym. Thank God they eventually kick this man out, and not just from this gym, from other gyms. He needs to train at home. He needs counseling. He needs some form of anger management because Bro has not learned. He's a full-grown ass adult. By the time you're 50, you're supposed to know how to conduct yourself in society, but clearly he has not. And so your societal privileges have been revoked.
This dude literally looks like coked up. Like his eyes are like, he was pacing back. I'm just telling what it was. His eyes were bloodshot. He was pacing back and forth.
Sniffing creatine, there it is. Most likely he's on substances, whether it's the tren, the testosterone, the sniffing creatine. That makes him an even greater danger, and that's probably why society has banned some of these recreational substances. Had he been perhaps smoking some of those greens, probably wouldn't have happened. But other things, alcohol, the creatine, various substances, they are not good or conducive to being a friendly guy. It's oftentimes these substances that people are on, including the tren and the test and so on, that lead to these people lashing out.
You know, they gotta follow protocol. I respect that. I just kind of find it frustrating. They didn't even want to see the video. They're kind of saying I wanted to fight. It's literally on video me saying it's cool, bro, not let's go, you know.
I have no words. We don't want to watch the video where it's caught in 4K. Literally, exactly. Oh, he said let's go. No, you're deaf. You need to get my friggin' hearing aid. Man, it's a big sound difference when I do that. Hey, Joey, I am one of the managers at Bourbonnais. He has been permanently banned from our fitness premiere and all other locations. This is not the type of atmosphere or culture we represent, and behavior like this will not be tolerated. This is one of the rare times I'm actually on the side of the person filming. And so the most important part of the video, the take-home message, if you will, is that rather than taking tren and sniffing creatine, you should be on Turk Builder Max. If he was on Turk Builder Max, none of this would happen. He'd still have a gym membership. He wouldn't have cared. He probably would have walked behind the filming, would have waved, would have said, bro, do you need a spot? That is an amazing weight, 315. Let's put on another quarter. That's what would have happened. And so if you want to save the world, avoid altercations in the gym, please get Turk Builder Max. You could get Turk Platinum as well. And don't forget, if you're unemployed, to use code UNEMPLOYED for 20% off, but you can also use code GREG for 15% off. I know you're unemployed. You just watched this video. And so hopefully bro will go to AlgoRx, use code Greg, will get his blood work done to find out exactly how bad his blood work really is. If you go to AlgoRx, you can see what all the side effects of the steroids you're taking or the recreational substances and see, what exactly do you need? Do you perhaps need testosterone, HRT? Do you need clomiphene, Viagra, Cialis, GLP? What exactly do you need? You can go and get it. It's all above board. It's pharmaceutical prescribed by doctors. It's not made for research purposes only. It's made for human use. You see the difference. You're not breaking any laws. You're guaranteed to get exactly what you pay for. And so please visit AlgoRx. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algo. AlgoRx. Watch one of those two bloops. If you want to get sponsored or become an affiliate, click the link to carry the supplements in your stores and or gym. You know where to go. And for coaching plans by me and my team, there's another link as well. And until next time, I am out. How good his side chest really is. The hamstrings and quads, the separation, the thickness, the width, it's unbeatable. Now, from the front, Wesley Vissers, when standing relaxed, he is a monster. He's 6'3" and weighs over 250 pounds. And as they're just standing there, you have to be thinking, how can the big guy not win? But as they go through their poses, you can see that Wesley Vissers perhaps was not quite as sharp as he was in his last two previous competitions. In particular, I noticed his abdominals were not that sharp. Now, he offsets this by performing a vacuum pose in the way that CBum used to do. And so when he sucks in, his waist, it looks even smaller, and he has lats that look like barn doors. It looks like wings. It's incredibly huge. Mike Sommerfeld, who's 7 inches shorter than Wesley, he doesn't have as much presence on stage. He's smaller, but for his height, he's just as big as Wesley Vissers. And so the judges, they were not sure what to do. They tossed and turned. They brought each man separately in a 2-man call-out, and they're trying to see, what will the judges think? My opinion is it's very, very close. If you poll the audience, some people are going to say it's Wesley, some people are going to say it's Mike. My personal opinion, if they're judging like bodybuilding, Mike Sommerfeld is the better bodybuilder. He has fewer weaknesses, and there's a large difference in the actual size of the hamstrings, the legs, and so on. But if you're going by what's classic, who perhaps more represents the classic look and who I'm actually rooting for, it's Wesley Vissers. Now, Do I know who's going to win? No, I absolutely do not. I think it could go either way. In the same way that Ramon Dino competed against Mike Sommerfeld at the Olympia, I believe it's that close. If they announce Wesley Vissers as the overall champion, I will not be surprised. And if Mike Sommerfeld wins, I also won't be surprised. What I would like to see is Mike Sommerfeld jump up into the open class division, or dare I say the 212, and I believe he could be the champion. He has so much muscle, and to make the weight class, he literally had to lose 7 of those pounds of muscle. He doesn't look as big or as impressive as he once was when he was a little bit bigger, but he is a formidable opponent. I think the problem is people are so entitled these days. If you want to think you're a cat, you can be a cat. If you want to be a man or a woman, you want to be tall, short, you want to be this or that, you can just identify as being that way. But in the real world, you can't just think you're a 10 if you're a 1. Coach Greg, in today's video, I'm going to explain why women are delusional, what's wrong with the dating world right now, why men are actually making sense, and why the dating pool is an absolute nightmare. It's literally chaos in 2023. And so, responding to this video, it says, she rated herself an 8 and still got stumbled. I mean, it's bad enough that women think they're 8s, 9s, and 10s, and typically what you see is girls, they all think they're a 10. My friends are 10, everyone's a 10, we're all 10s. I'm going to explain why in a second, but let's get right into it.
Physical looks, scale 1 to 10. We'll start with you. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
8. I don't care if she's the most beautiful woman in the world. When you're 300 or 400 pounds, you're automatically a 1. That's it. I said it. You are a 1. Not because there's something wrong with you.
And I'm pretty sure that's on one of our enemies' game plan, playbook. It is where it hurts. Hit those pockets and hit the electricity, hit the power grid. Oh, we're fucked. We're fucked. Ain't no coming back from that.
When you think about it, economically, people can't afford. They're working, they're trying to do the right thing, and they can't afford the basic necessities of life. That's one thing. But we're also that is getting smarter and more prevalent every day.
Facts.
People are losing jobs. Like, take economics out of it.
Yeah.
You know, people are losing jobs left and right to AI. And then I'm watching the rise of robots. Like, it's insanity, these robots, and what they can do. And how intelligent, you know, the hardware of the robot mixed with the software of the AI. I mean, you know, the world is changing right before our eyes, and I just think that people are going to be they're going to be in a desperate struggle just for basic survival.
Just to live, exactly, just to live. I just saw this morning, Melania Trump, she was walking out with some fucking robot. Like one of those, I think it might have been like a Tesla bot. I don't know what the fuck it was, but these little robots and shit. I think we can't put the cat back in the bag though. You know, and even Elon Musk, he warned us about it. Like, AI is not it's not going to be a good thing. It looked good in the beginning with some people because I don't have to think. And we got a lot of lazy people in the world, especially this country. There's a lot of lazy people who don't want to think, don't want to use their minds. And AI was appealing, it looks good, but now it's starting to come after your jobs. Now it's starting to control your life. Yeah, you can't put it back in the bag now. It's kind of too late for that. Now we just got to ride this pony till fucking the legs fall off or something. Or we fall off. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the world is changing right before our eyes, and, you know, going to war just ain't helping it.
No,
It's as simple as that.
Yep.
You know, right now, Trump, he's discussing with his council whether he should take over Carg Island. Are you familiar with Carg Island? It's a major oil export hub that's about 20 miles off the coast of Iran. So his thought is, y'all want to play with the strait? I'm just going to take out Carg Island and make y'all open this thing back.
Are we talking about the people who don't really give a fuck, though? They could self-sabotage and just start bombing their own oil fields. Bombing oil fields in, you know, other countries, which they already have been doing, but they could really self-sabotage and fuck the whole game up.
It'd be like they're on like a little kamikaze, you know, just self-destruct, and then everybody's got to pay for it. I just don't think they really care. And those people don't think the way the average American. You can't wrap your head around it. Like I've had to. When I was in Iraq, there was a large, fairly significant influx of like Iranian foreign fighters. And you hit a target, and you're like, man, these motherfuckers, they come to play. They're not scared to die. I tell you that. And the whole, like, the martyrdom and, you know, what they believe in, that whole faith system, they don't give a shit. They'll blow up the whole fucking thing if they have to. They make everybody pay. They don't care about the oil money like that when it comes to their faith and religion. Anything to destroy the infidel, however they can reach us. They don't have to, you know, fly over here. They can't, you know, bomb us. Sleeper cells, allegedly, they could inflict some damage. But if you want to really hurt the infidel or the American people or whoever's fighting alongside them, sabotage the whole thing. End it all. Like, fuck the oil. Ain't nobody getting shit. $200 a barrel, raise that up. Yeah. People gonna be out here selling their wisdom teeth for a fucking gallon of gas after all.
Oh my God, man. I mean, the stuff that you say, it sounds... It sounds like, that'll never happen, but we're right there.
Yeah, we're right on the...
We're legit right there. We're on the cusp.
Yep. And when people start realizing, hey, I got 2 kidneys, I really only need one, motherfuckers gonna start selling some shit on the black market. Like, hey, what can I get for a kidney? I really don't even need a pinky toe. You know, what the fuck is that for? I need to make some money. I'm gonna start bagging it up.
Nick, like what you're saying, it sounds far-fetched and it's comedic and it's funny, but this is so damn real what you're saying.
Yeah,
like,
you can't
people right there.
Yeah, you can't provide for your family. Oh yeah, you can't provide for your family, and there's no end in sight. I'm telling you, we are not too far away from people, you know, selling bags of toes. We're not too far fucking away. I can't put, I can't put gas in my car. I can't put food on the table. I got 10 toes, nigga. I mean, what do I really need?
Oh my goodness.
Hey, if girls can sell feet pics for money, I can sell a toe. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's a market somewhere for a fucking toe. Let me get 20.
Nah, you're right.
Let me get 20.
Now you got women on OnlyFans getting rich, literally just showing their feet.
Yeah.
So there gotta be a market.
There's gotta be a market for me to sell a toe. You know, do something. I gotta put gas in the car. I gotta eat. I ain't paying $100 for a steak.
Oh man. But to your point, the United States, they sent over a 15-point plan, peace plan.
Benefits of copper.
Get ready for the next battle.
Glock 9000.
Round 1. Fight.
Bullshit.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Ah,
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight.
ah,
벌써 끝이야? 너 덤벼봐. Round one. Fight. Round two.
yeah.
Round three.
Ah,
Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Okami. Oh, lag. Lag, bruh. Ah. Leg. That's bad.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
This guy. Ah, careless. Hahaha. Yeah. Might live. 살 수도 있겠다. that.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
킹킹. 아, 이 캐릭 너무 세. 아, 나. 자, 이거 하고 잠깐 화장실 좀 쓸게요. 야, 바보. 아. 아, 짜증나. 화장실 금방 쓰고 올게요.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Roxanne.
逆らう者は誰だろうと許さん。Right. Round 2. Fight.
Time to play.
Fight.
Bye-bye.
Round 1. Fight.
아, 이렇게.
Tsuyamishima. Devil Jin. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Nosfera 2 Off Rock.
Round 1. Fight.
아, 왜 안 눌렀을까?
Round 2. Fight.
아, 아까워. 아,
Round 3. Fight.
아, 네. 아,
Round 2. Fight.
아, 나.
Get ready for the next battle.
잠깐만요. 이것 좀 하고.
It's all fun and games till someone gets shot.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. There's this viral clip that's making its way around the player base right now, and it's about Michael Murray. For those of you who don't know, he is the producer of Tekken. A lot of people misunderstand and think he is like the translator for Harada or Nakatsu, but he does more than just that when you're talking about the way that the game is created and how it's made. Something else that he also did just as kind of like a side hobby was in Tekken 7, he used to live stream. Now, when he live streamed, a lot of people would make fun of his gameplay because his rank wasn't that high and his skill wasn't that good. So when the game started to turn south and he was arguing with people on Twitter, a lot of the people would retaliate against the things he was saying, trying to defend the direction of the game by saying that he's a trash player. Now, I never really backed in that conversation because Michael Murray's job is so mysterious to where we don't know exactly what it is that he does for Tekken. Like, he tells us for Tekken 8 that he just tests and give feedback to the guys. He kind of gave direction at the start and would approve like budgeting things when they asked for like more money for story. He would like report those once to Bandai Namco. So maybe that's more so what his job is about. And really, in order to do that, you don't need to be good at the game. But when you talk about like Harada and Nakatsu, when those guys were leading or are leading, they do need to have a more grounded take of the game. But The reason why this clip is going viral is not because of Michael Murray's skill, it's because of what he's saying. And what he's saying is kind of like what players are feeling right now, what we've been talking about since Tekken 7 Season 3, what we've been talking about since launch of Tekken 8, what we're talking about Season 2, Season 3. The constant war, and it's not even a war between casuals and hardcore players, it's more so just the developers choosing casuals and to cater to them over the hardcore players. And now the reason why they're doing that is because in Tekken Tag Tournament 2, they tried to make a game that is very hardcore based, and it didn't work. A lot of people blame the failures of that game on marketing and Call of Duty's dominance that was at the time. When Tekken Tag Tournament 2 released, you had juggernauts like Black Ops 2, Black Ops 1, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3 releasing, and nothing could compete with those games at that time. Really, I think all of those factors factored into Tekken Tag Tournament 2 performing the way that it did, but the one that the developers constantly bring up is how the game just completely ignored the casuals and catered to the hardcore players. And this is why after Tag 2 they started to cater to casual players, and it paid off in Tekken 7. Tekken 7, you will hear a lot of people describe it as a very good middle ground.
Round 3. Fight.
Ah, tá.
Final round. Fight.
야. 아. 아, 이 사람한테 치면 안 된다. 아, 다. 아. 아야. 아, 졌다.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
마르티네즈. 멕시칸 사람이구나.
Round one. Fight.
전문입니다.
Get ready for the next battle.
Cool. Some of you guys probably just seen this. I was laughing my fucking ass off watching this. The fucking classic. It's just this game is fucking dog shit. Yo, you know the funny thing is, I gotta say this.
This is like, this character's so broke.
Every time. Every time I watch videos like this, every single time, well, what's up, SPR? Every time I watch videos like that, it makes, it's so, what am I trying to say? It makes my decision to completely abandon that shit show of a game, that product that they call Tekken 8. I mean, literally, when I watch this is good ass Tekken right here. This is high level Tekken right here. Now this guy that's getting sled on, this is Joker. This is a legitimate elite level player. Okay? This is not some scrub. He's getting it. This is I just can't help it. It's, you gotta, like, the thing is, I've been telling people, what's up, Final Boss? I've been telling people that the Tekken 8, it literally is a party game. I've been telling people this for months. I understand I don't have the largest fucking YouTube channel, you know. Basically, it's like this, as a content creator, don't be fooled by somebody's subscribers. Because it shows I have over 2,100 subscribers, but best believe it's only like maybe a good 100 that might engage with my content. So out of those 100 people, which I completely salute each and every one of you guys, I have been preaching this for months, damn near over a year, as to the current state of Tekken 8 as a game, as a product. I have broken down why the game is the way it is. I've addressed who this game is marketed toward. I addressed why Microsoft, Namco decided. I explain all of this. So when I decided to say fuck this game, which took a while, because let me just put it to you guys in this particular way. When you play Tekken as long as I have, which has now been about 31 years, you develop a bit of a toxic relationship. I understand that there are many people that it's so hard to let this game go. And I don't think anybody can speak to this even more than me. I have been playing this game since I've been 14 years old. I will be 46 this year. So we're talking about I've gone to Canada, California, Virginia, Rhode Island, Philly, up and down the Eastern Seaboard. I've been representing my character Lei Wulong for over fucking decades. So getting to the point where I said fuck this game and I'm going to move on was very, very hard. So I can understand and I can empathize why people find it difficult to move on past this game. But if you are truly not enjoying Tekken 8, you have to let it go. You have to let it go.
Round one.
You have to, if nothing else, for your own mental health. So that's what I gotta say. You know what I'm saying? It literally is like you're dealing with I'm reading the chat here. It literally is. It is a breakup. It is a toxic relationship. And I will give people like Shinblade, who is another elite level player. I always shout him out. I'll give another subscriber of mine, Crypto God. He definitely is he's a firm supporter of Virtua Fighter, which Virtua Fighter is the superior game. It just does not have the type of Virtua Fighter does not have the type of brand awareness. It does not have the visibility, and it does not have the mass appeal that a Tekken and a Street Fighter has. You know what I'm saying? But Virtua Fighter is the superior fighting game. It always has been. It's just that if you look at, and I apologize not engaging right now, but usually when I'm not looking at the chat, it's just because I'm trying to stay on a point. Because you guys tend, I might get my point derailed. If you look at a game like Street Fighter and Tekken, those are commercially viable products that appeal to a mass audience, the mass audience of people that prefer to have things made easier. If you look at a game like King of Fighters, maybe Fatal Fury, Virtua Fighter, those games tend to demand more from the player than a Street Fighter or a Tekken, which does not, it's not surprising, or shouldn't be surprising, that the two more popular games is Tekken and Street Fighter, because those two games, not saying that Tekken and Street Fighter doesn't require skill, I'm not saying that, but if you're looking at pound for pound, Tekken versus Virtua Fighter in terms of demanding of skill and ability, that's like day and night. When I look at high-level competition from Street Fighter, and I look at the pros that play King of Fighters, it's like two different animals. It's like two different worlds. And so this is why when you look at those types of games, they do not have the type of presence that Street Fighter and Tekken has in the United States. I can't speak about outside, like say the UK, but in America, unfortunately, Americans prefer shit that's easy. So this is the reason why those types of games have such a greater foothold than a game like King of Fighters and Virtua Fighter. You have to understand, when I look at what Ben Inflated just said, he said, yeah, it's sad, bro, the devs let us down big time. You have to look at it from this standpoint. Who did the devs really let down? Who is us? I would venture to say that the us in his statement represents the hardcore market, the hardcore audience, the greater gaming community. Namco, the developers of this game, of Tekken 8, they prefer to go after a wider market. And I thought about making a standalone video for this, but I know it would probably take me a lot of effort in terms of gaining the sources, and I'll be lucky if it even has 50 views. So that's why I was kind of like, if I'm gonna do it, I might as well talk about it in a fucking stream, because it's much easier, which is why I'm doing it right now. Because I came across a video from a guy named, he's an MMA fighter, Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson. And he was talking about the UFC and saying how the UFC has they've abandoned the hardcore market, the hardcore audience. They're going more toward a casual audience. And when I saw it, it was I think it was a YouTube short, and I was like, you know, this is exactly what's going on in gaming, and it's been happening for a long time. And it goes beyond just Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is just something. It's basically just another example of developers seeking to appeal to a broader market. Why? Because development costs are increasing exponentially, and there's a lot more pressure on the developers to meet certain financial quotas. So if you only have an audience that is appealed to, that is of a very, like for instance, if your game is gatekept behind actual skill and the time it takes to acquire that skill, that might put off certain players. Because for a long time, it has been understood and known that Tekken has been difficult. I've never found Tekken to be difficult, honestly, but that's the general word on the street. So that may have turned off some people. So the direction and the decision that the Tekken developers decided to make Tekken 8 more accessible, basically dumbing down everything to try to bring in people that may have felt that Tekken was this super hard game to get into. Now you have a bunch of journeymen, a bunch of tourists, a bunch of low-level scrubs that's able to keep up with elite/OG players like myself, just to put myself in this situation, where those same players wouldn't even be able to take a game off of us in other games, in other Tekkens. But this is the shift that we're seeing. I've been seeing this across other genres. I've been seeing people talk about, Dark Souls or Elden Ring should have an easy mode added to the game. Or I've seen people talk about Hollow Knight, that they were talking about adding an easier difficulty setting. So it goes beyond just fighting games, but people who only eat, sleep, shit, play Tekken, they don't know anything outside of that Tekken bubble. So that's why people like myself, I try to bring out or share the information that, hey, what's going on in Tekken right now, it's not an isolated incident. It's actually something that's happening across the board. And it's important for me to try to relay that information to those who may think that this is only a Tekken-related situation. Let me see. But a lot of times that might not make sense to people. People might feel that, this is what's happening with Tekken 8 is it's just only relegated to Tekken, and it definitely is not. This change, this shift has been happening slowly over the course of time. It's been happening very, very slowly. It's just that many people just haven't realized it. Fifth Gear Josie. Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, the thing is, people... I don't think... When you say people don't like having skills anymore, I think to
이 바지 너무 미끌거려.
I don't think it's the people. If you're saying the people in terms of gamers,
바지 또 갈아입어야겠다.
I feel that there are gamers out there that appreciate skill. They appreciate difficulty. You know, you have an entire genre of people in the Souls-like community that reject the notion of the developers adding an easy mode for a game like Elden Ring or Sekiro. Those games' identity, and that's a term you've been hearing a lot in Tekken, for instance. A game like, or franchises that are like Souls-like, their identity is steeped in the difficulty and overcoming the challenges in those games. So when you start meddling with the identity, that's something you don't do. And that's the problem that's been going on. Well, one of the problems that's been going on with Tekken is that the developers, they're sacrificing the identity of Tekken in favor of making the game more appealing to journeymen, just so that they can increase their total addressable market.
야, 귀엽다.
Business-wise,
갑자기
this makes sense.
그러지요.
However, you have to find a balance. And when I look at Tekken 8, the developers, they basically, whether consciously or unconsciously, they basically said, fuck the balance. We're just going to say to hell with that. We just want more people to play our game. And I think, you know, I don't know if they're recognizing that they're doing more harm than good. As far as I'm concerned, I'm out of it. I'll merely report on it like a regular content creator, but in terms of me playing Tekken 8, it is no longer worth my time, it's no longer worth my mental health, it's no longer worth my effort, and it's no longer worth my airtime to even place that game on my stream. So that's just where I look at it. You know, I think that, you know, and I'm not ignoring you guys, but because I feel like many of us that, you know, you guys in the chat, you're picking up what I'm putting down. The identity of a game, of a franchise, of a company is very integral for your growth, for your brand awareness, for who you are as a product and a company. The franchise of Tekken has built up its identity over many years. It's built its own community, and it's had its own flair. I've said something several months ago, and I can't even remember which video it was, where I said something to the effect of, let me try to remember what I was going to say. I remember when they first came out with the announcement of Tekken 8, before the game even came out, and I learned through interviews and stuff like that with Harada at the time, where they were going in a more aggressive nature, an aggressive path. For me, the type of player I am, I'm more of an aggressive player anyway. I'm more of what you call a pit bull. I'm more of a pit bull player. I'm not a turtle. So,
이 사람하고 라이벌리가 있어.
Right? A change in pace in terms of aggression. But once, you know, adding these meters and adding heat, that was something that I felt was that was something that I just felt it was not the right thing. It was not the right direction. One, because this is not something that the Tekken developers are used to. That's like saying, okay, we're gonna have, and not to say it's impossible, but that's like saying we're gonna have the people from FromSoft, the ones that make Elden Ring, we're gonna have them make a racing game. That's not really what they're known for. Now, it's not to say that they couldn't do it, but they're gonna probably make some mistakes along the way. And is it really worth for them to do that? So, to bring it back, when you add meter to a game like Tekken, and chip damage, and these augmented character states, you're asking, there's a lot more variables that you are not experienced in, and you are 100% going against the identity and the nature of what Tekken actually is. And it's fine to try new things, it's fine to evolve, but the thing I was going to say before all of this, and I had a chain of my train of thought got derailed, was when the developers, when they first came out with Tekken 8, and I felt, for me, that they were not confident in bringing out Tekken and relying on the graphical upgrades, relying on the new characters, the new moves. They weren't confident in just
게임을 하다가
being Tekken 8.
자세히 볼 때 사시가 되는 것 같아. 눈이 한쪽 눈이 다른 쪽으로 보고.
Which they are not skilled in implementing.
아유, 눈
and
아파.
Also, the way they balance games is not ideal. Tekken, the Namco developers, they have never been ones that were solid at balancing anything. And I think many of you have seen this. If some of you out there that's in the chat right now, or to those of you that might watch this after the live, if some of you were on the fence and actually believing that the Namco development team for Tekken were great at balancing, I hope that Season 3 is a rude awakening for you guys, and that you recognize finally that maybe they are good at creating a game, but in terms of balancing and playtesting, they are absolutely dog shit.
저 사람이랑 하니까 기운 빠져.
I think that
설마 또 한
now
거
in
아니야?
terms of
아니.
Mr.
너무
Fifth Gear Josie, what this man is saying here, that he believes that they're cooked. I don't really believe that. I have my reasons for that, and I'm just looking at it just strictly from a business sense. Maybe for you and many players, like even myself, in terms of playing the game itself, but the business of Tekken is still strong. Tekken still maintains a very large market share within 3D fighters. Over Virtua Fighter, over Dead or Alive. They are, not as to say that can't change, but they are the market leader. And so, with the microtransactions, the little gimmicks that people are still buying in the Tekken shop, because people are still buying that shit, people are still supporting this game. People are still streaming it. Content creators are still fucking talking about it. They're still playing the game. So the game is still relevant. So I can't say that Tekken 8 is cooked per se, because it's going to go on to having more seasons. It's going to have it's going to have a season 4. It's going to have a season 5. It's probably going to have a season 6, probably. But I do believe that if there was viable competition, and I've said this before, I do believe that the competition from other franchises like Virtua Fighter, like Dead or Alive, may influence the decision-making of what's going on or what's being placed into Tekken. Because right now, there is nobody else. There's nothing. It's just Tekken. Unless you want to go and play a 2D game. If you want to go and play Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat or fucking Fatal Fury, but all those games are 2D. So if you're looking for a three-dimensional option, I mean, maybe you go for the anime games, you know, but I don't think many people are going that route. So I think a lot of players, they kind of feel stuck in that sense. And I think, like in a toxic relationship, people are hoping that things will improve. People are hoping that, this will maybe it'll get better. And I've seen this. I've seen this time and time again, where I watch countless people on Reddit 2.0, Twitter, where they would say, season 3 is going to be it for us. And I'm reading these comments and these posts, and I'll be honest with you, I was just laughing my collective ass off. It's like, it's funny to me. It's like, how many times does it take for somebody to shit on you before you recognize it's pattern recognition? That's what it is. Does it, how many times does it take for the woman to cheat on you, probably with your best friend, before you recognize, maybe this is not the right chick for me, maybe this is not the right woman for me? Like, how many times does it, what does it take? It's just so crazy to me. I have to laugh at it. And then it's like, so it's like entertainment for me at this point. Now that I've removed myself from playing this party game, and I'm looking at the Tekken community from the top down, and I'm surveying the whole territory, and I'm just laughing. I'm like, you guys really don't get it. All of this is premeditated. Everything that has happened with Tekken 8 as a product, this has been calculated, it's been measured. It is the mandate of the developers. They are doing exactly what they originally planned. When they talk about going back to basics, you know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of something many years ago, from the Dead or Alive community, where I think the Dead or Alive developers, they were going around talking about core values. So it literally brought me back to that, and I was like, when I first heard the whole.
It's hard to overstate the impact of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Since its launch in spring 2015, the fandom has grown, Netflix has adapted the books for streaming, and developer CD Projekt Red has released a bunch of additional content. Let's take a look at all of that. Here's everything added to The Witcher 3 since launch. The Witcher 3 was no stranger to Day 1 patches, and it's important to remember all the little fixes that came before the bigger content was added. Players who started on Day 1 saw tons of improvements in stability and performance on both PC and console, plus those all-important bug fixes. The summer after launch, CDPR also added item stashes across the map to help players lighten their load while exploring, as well as new movement options for Geralt for that same exploration. All of that laid the groundwork for the more fun stuff. Speaking of, the weeks following The Witcher 3's launch were loaded with 16 free DLCs that gave players some extra stuff to play around with. It started with a new set of beard options and hairstyles for Geralt at the barbershops, followed by a new contract to track down some missing miners in Skellige. May 2015 concluded with an alternate costume for Geralt's special friend Yennefer. On June 3rd, the game got Temerian and Nilfgaardian armor sets, which could be purchased from White Orchard and Crow's Perch, respectively. 3 elite crossbows were also put up for sale at some other merchants. June 9th was a good day for card game
yes,
fans, as a new neutral Ballad Heroes set was added to Gwent. These new cards showed characters from Dandelion's ballads, which was a nice touch. June was jam-packed with these free DLCs. A free quest called Fool's Gold took Geralt to a village full of pigs, Triss got her own alternative costume, and a new scavenger hunt sent players after some wolf school gear, which was requested by fans since there weren't any looks from Geralt's own school at the game's launch. Before June ended, we also got a new combat contract in Skellige, plus a Skellige armor set to represent the snowy region. July started with another new quest called Where the Cat and Wolf Play, and Ciri finally got her own alternative costume later in the month. July also included a batch of new finisher animations to make Geralt's takedowns more exciting. Finally, Witcher 3 got a new Game Plus in mid-August. Anyone looking to replay the game could do that while keeping all their gold, abilities, and a lot of their skills and stashed items too. A second playthrough scaled up the difficulty levels, so Geralt couldn't just walk all over his enemies the second time around. In October 2015, CDPR laid the final groundwork for The Witcher 3's epic expansions. After a final stability patch and a giant patch of bug fixes, the game got even bigger with Hearts of Stone. In fact, the literal game map got bigger, pushing further north into No Man's Land and adding the famed city of Oxenfurt. That's where the largest academy in the whole kingdom is found. The very same one that Dandelion attended. Shani, another lady friend of Geralt's, studied medicine at the same place, and she returns from the first game here, tagging along for an infamous Weekend at Bernie's style quest called Dead Man's Party. Hearts of Stone also introduced Gaunter O'Dim, aka the Man of Glass. You won't find this trickster in the original Witcher books, but he sent Geralt on his initial adventure in the expansion. To help with this mission, the game's level cap increased to 70, and Geralt got some extra help from new rune words and glyph words. These special enchantments could add new perks to weapons and armor, and those definitely came in handy for a bunch of new main quests, side quests, contracts, and treasure hunts. In spring 2016, The Witcher 3 got a second expansion, Blood and Wine, which was even bigger than Hearts of Stone, introducing an entirely new map. Blood and Wine sent Geralt to Toussaint, a totally different country that sat southeast of the main game's kingdom. If the level cap of 70 wasn't enough, this expansion took it all the way to 100. That's pretty handy when you've got to go up against a bunch of powered-up vampires. Toussaint also had a totally different political and military system, but it was still crammed full of new quests, characters, and locations that looked very different from anything we'd seen before. Its lush vineyards were under attack by new monsters and other villains, but the addition of mutations let Geralt fight back with some new powers. This all-new skill tree had 12 special powers, including the ability to cast stronger magic, deal more damage, and even escape death itself. Blood and Wine was a massive expansion, with dozens of new quests that could take between 30 and 40 hours to complete. There's a reason Blood and Wine tends to rank very highly on the list of best video game expansions. For its first few years, The Witcher 3 was only available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. That changed in October 2019 when the game finally came to Nintendo Switch. Games of this scale weren't really coming to Switch as often at the time, or at least not without some major compromises. The team at Tin Giant Studios ended up overhauling CDPR's custom game engine to pull off this port, and the result was a game with slightly less pretty graphics, but with the exact same gameplay you could get on all the other platforms. It was really impressive, especially when you consider that it was the complete edition, meaning it included all of the previous DLC we talked about. As of the time of this video, there is no native Switch 2 version of the game, but the general consensus is that this version runs great as is on the newer hardware. Speaking of which, The Witcher 3's most recent update, as of the time of this video, came a few years later in December 2022. Patch 4.00 was the game's next-gen update, launching alongside native PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X versions of the game. In fact, every platform got a host of improvements, including ray tracing, cross-progression, accessibility options, improved spellcasting for Geralt Science, and a photo mode. PC players could also crank their settings to Ultra Plus, which made the game look even better. On top of all that, the next-gen update added content inspired by the Netflix show, which had been running for a few seasons by that point. This included a new quest, plus some alternative looks for Dandelion and the Nilfgaardian armor. Much more than a new coat of paint, the next-gen update brought a lot of players back to the game after a few years off. The last thing we'll talk about wasn't added to The Witcher 3 specifically, but it did open up a whole new world of content for the game. Spring 2024 saw the release of The Witcher 3 Red Kit, an official modding tool that let players customize every aspect of the game. In fact, CDPR pitched it as giving players access to all the same tools they use to make the game in the first place. Even more impressive, cross-platform mod support is on the way, letting even console players experience the community-created content. Right now, that's slated for sometime in 2026. And that's the full list of everything added to The Witcher 3 since launch. For now. As of the time of this video, there are a bunch of rumors about a third expansion for the game, and development on The Witcher 4 is well underway. That's the start of a new saga that'll focus on Ciri, and it's moving the franchise to Unreal Engine 5. Surprise DLC could be a great way to bridge the gap between Witcher 3 and 4, and I would be shocked if Geralt doesn't play a prominent role in the potential story. We're expecting big things from CD Projekt Red, and we're going to hear more in the future no matter what. So keep it locked to IGN for all the latest on the Witcher franchise.
Round 3. Fight.
아, 이 캐릭터 무적이야.
Round 4. Fight.
야, 이 캐릭터가 제일 싫어. 아. 아, 진짜. 아, 진짜.
Get ready for the next battle. 짓밟아주겠어. 자방과 오아리다. Round 1. Fight.
아, 진짜.
Round 2. Fight.
아, 진짜 짜증나게 한다.
Round 3. Fight.
아이, 개 같은 거.
Round 4. Fight.
뭐야?
Final round. Fight.
싸.
You win.
The number one best food for magnesium is not spinach, it's not chocolate, and it's not even pumpkin seeds. It's something that not many people have on their grocery list. But if you're dealing with cramps, sleep, or anxiety, you need magnesium that's actually going to be absorbed. And most plant forms of magnesium are also loaded with oxalates, which block magnesium and calcium. So the question is, what foods have high amounts of magnesium that is not only absorbable, but it has close to zero oxalates? 3 tablespoons of this food will literally give you 50% of your RDAs for magnesium. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. RDAs are outdated about 100 years. Most people that create a therapeutic dose need double, triple, or even quadruple the amount of magnesium. But it is important to know what foods will contribute to that. In parallel to that, it's also important to avoid certain things like oxalates that can block our absorption of magnesium. And the answer is hemp seeds. Hemp is a good source. Avocados are a good source. And romaine lettuce can also help contribute to your daily magnesium needs.
Hemp seed.
The number one best food for magnesium is not spinach, it's not chocolate, and it's not even pumpkin seeds. It's something that not
어쩐지 마그네슘을 먹으니까 기분이 에너지 상태가 좋아. 햄프시 사야겠네. 아버지가 묻고 있으니까 묻고. 잠깐만. 화장실 좀 쓸게요. 앰프시아스를 살 hemp seeds.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
점프를 하시면
Round 2. Fight. Round 3.
Proceed.
貴様の思い闘争と反逆三島の血の宿命だな。Round 1. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
him on. It's my friend. Won't you? Ah!
Dr. Berg Magnesium.
드르버그 마그네슘.
Now, a couple other really cool things that magnesium is involved with. Number one, it's a natural anti-thrombotic. Basically, it's a natural blood thinner. Another thing you may not know about magnesium is that it can help you lower your blood sugars. It is really important in kind of undoing insulin resistance. Now, a couple other really cool things that magnesium is involved with. Number one, it's a natural anti-thrombotic. Basically, it's a natural blood thinner. Another thing you may not know about magnesium is that it can help you lower your blood sugars. It is really important in kind of undoing insulin resistance. Now, a couple other really cool things that magnesium is involved with. Number one, it's a natural anti-thrombotic. Basically, it's a natural blood thinner. Another thing you may not know about magnesium is that it can help you lower your blood sugars. It is really important in kind of undoing insulin resistance. Now, a couple other really cool things that magnesium is involved with. Number one, it's a natural anti-thrombotic. Basically, it's a natural blood thinner. Another thing you may not know about magnesium is that it can help you lower your blood sugars. It is really important in kind of undoing insulin resistance. Now, a couple other really cool things that magnesium is involved with. Number one, it's a natural anti-thrombotic. Basically, it's a natural blood thinner. Another thing you may not know about magnesium is that it can help you lower your blood sugars. It is really important in kind of undoing insulin resistance. Now, a couple other really cool things that magnesium is involved with. Number one, it's a natural anti-thrombotic. Basically, it's a natural blood thinner. Another thing you may not know about magnesium is that it can help you lower your blood sugars.
Yeah. 다른 캐릭터 하니까 좀 못하는가 보다. 아, 다른 게 있었을까. 아. 다. 이렇게 지는 건 아니겠지. 최강원사님은 언제 자려나? 늦게 자면 안 좋은데.
Hey guys, I have another tip for you on magnesium. I don't know if you know about chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the blood of the plant. It's the green stuff right here, okay? And chlorophyll is very similar to our own blood, but the difference is we have iron, and chlorophyll has magnesium. So it's green. It's a green mineral. And magnesium is real good for constipation, headaches, leg cramps, heart arrhythmias, but it's used in over 300 different enzymes in your body. So it helps protein metabolism, you name it. So most people do not get enough magnesium. So they have problems with sleep and stress. So I've been talking about potassium, but magnesium is the second on the list. And the way you get it, you got it, vegetables, so start increasing the quantity. Try to shoot for 7 cups at least in the next week each day, okay? Get your magnesium. Hey guys, I have another tip for you on magnesium. I don't know if you know about chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the blood of the plant. It's the green stuff right here, okay? And chlorophyll... Magnesium is really good for blood pressure and just having elastic arteries to adapt to exercise and bounce back from stress, things like that. And it helps lower cortisol and it will help you sleep. So there's a certain ratio of calcium to magnesium that someone needs. And roughly you need like twice as much calcium as magnesium. But nowadays this ratio is really like 3 times as much calcium as magnesium. And the simple solution is to increase your magnesium. But the problem is, how do you do that? Because the average person only consumes like 1.5 cups of salad per day. It's not even probably the dark leafy greens that's high in magnesium. And also, like I think it's 83% of all the calories in the grocery store are ultra processed. That's another way that people are deficient in magnesium because our foods are just stripped of all the magnesium. Magnesium is really good for blood pressure and just having elastic arteries to adapt to exercise and bounce back from stress, things like that. And it helps lower cortisol and it will help you sleep. So there's a certain ratio of calcium to magnesium that someone needs. And roughly you need like twice as much calcium as magnesium. But nowadays this ratio is really like 3 times as much calcium as magnesium. And the simple solution is to increase your magnesium. But the problem is, how do you do that? Because the average person only consumes like 1.5 cups of salad per day. It's not even probably the dark leafy greens that's high in magnesium. And also, like I think it's 83% of all the calories in the grocery store are ultra processed. And that's another way that people are deficient in magnesium because our foods are just stripped of all the magnesium. Magnesium is really good for blood pressure and just having elastic arteries to adapt to exercise and bounce back from stress, things like that. And it helps lower cortisol and it will help you sleep. So there's a certain ratio of calcium to magnesium that someone needs. And roughly you need like twice as much calcium as magnesium. But nowadays this ratio is really like 3 times as much calcium as magnesium. Over 40% of the population is deficient in magnesium. You're about to find out that a magnesium deficiency can create huge problems for your health. The influence of magnesium in your heart, if you're deficient, you can end up with high blood pressure. Magnesium has everything to do with the relaxation of arteries, muscles, smooth muscles. So if you're deficient in magnesium, you're going to have a little more calcium and your arteries are going to get rigid and you'll have a tendency to high blood pressure. Another common problem with the heart is arrhythmias. The pacemaker in your heart is neurological, but it connects to the muscle. And you actually have 4 pacemakers, which are little cells that have this rhythmic beat into the heart. But that pacemaker is mostly dependent on the electrolyte magnesium. And because magnesium is involved with nerve and muscle, you can end up with tetany or twitching or any type of abnormal relaxation or contraction of a muscle. And this is why the number one cause of a leg cramp or a foot cramp is a magnesium deficiency. Magnesium doesn't just have to do with muscles though, or nerves. It's involved in over 350 different enzyme or biochemical pathways, some involving the production of energy. That's why the number one sign of a magnesium deficiency is fatigue, because if you don't have magnesium, you can't make energy. You also have magnesium influence over insulin. For example, if you're deficient, you're way more at risk of getting diabetes and developing insulin resistance. And so if you have insulin resistance, or you're pre-diabetic or a diabetic, you must make sure that you have enough magnesium to fix that. Even your mood is influenced by magnesium. People who are depressed are nearly always deficient in magnesium. Another really good biomarker or indication that you're low in magnesium is C-reactive protein. It's an inflammatory biomarker, and without magnesium, it's very, very difficult to get rid of inflammation. And so there's a big magnesium immune system relationship. The RDAs, or the required amounts of magnesium, range anywhere between 300 to about 750 milligrams. If a person has some type of degenerative chronic disorder, or a heart problem, or diabetes, or high blood pressure, the need for magnesium goes way up. And so if you're just operating off of these smaller amounts, you're going to have a hard time fixing the problem. I think there's two ways that we are deficient in magnesium. Number one, we lose a lot of magnesium when we process foods, when we refine foods. And most people live on refined foods, especially children who don't consume enough magnesium. So even though we're overfed, we're definitely undernourished. The other big challenge with magnesium deficiencies is identifying magnesium deficiency, or testing for a magnesium deficiency. If you're using the blood to measure magnesium, you will never find a deficiency. I'm talking about 99% of all your magnesium is actually located inside the cell, not in the blood. Out of all the total magnesium you have, only 1% of it is in the blood. So you really have to understand the input dietarily of magnesium, as well as things that can deplete magnesium. And if we take a look at chlorophyll, that's the green stuff in plants. And at the heart of chlorophyll, you have magnesium. The chemistry of chlorophyll is very similar to your own blood, with one difference. With blood, you have iron. With chlorophyll, you have magnesium. And with an average person, especially in America, only consuming 1 cup of vegetables per day, you can see the problem. And that's for adults. I don't know many children that consume any vegetables. So we have this input, this dietary input that we need to focus on, but also other things can deplete you of magnesium. The big one is sugar, and the second one is refined carbohydrates. The more sugar, the more refined carbohydrates you eat, the more magnesium you need to metabolize or deal with those calories. If you have diarrhea, you lose a lot of magnesium. If you're on a diuretic, you will lose magnesium. If you're on an antibiotic, you can lose magnesium. And when you drink alcohol, you lose magnesium. And even as we age, we store less magnesium in certain tissues. There's also a really important connection between your ability to absorb vitamin D and magnesium. You're also going to have a hard time absorbing B vitamins without magnesium. Magnesium is involved in certain transporters in certain things in your body. So one reason why you might be B deficient or vitamin D deficient is you just don't have enough magnesium in the diet. Magnesium also is involved in helping you keep your cortisol stress on the low side. And this is why magnesium is important in sleeping, okay? Because you're deficient in magnesium and you have all these muscle cramps and you're stressed out, you're not going to get a good night's sleep. Ideally, you want to get your magnesium from your food. So that would be consuming a lot of dark leafy green vegetables. If you wanted to take a supplement, I would recommend the following types of magnesium. These are way more bioavailable than other sources, okay? And I'm talking about magnesium citrate, or magnesium lactate, or magnesium glycinate, or magnesium aspartate, or even magnesium gluconate. So I think now you have a greater appreciation for magnesium, but the other mineral that is equally important is potassium. And if you haven't seen this video, I put it up right here. Check it out.
This is magnesium glycinate, which is the newest viral health trend that's supposed to drastically improve your sleep and energy. I took this for 30 days. Here's everything that happened. And fun fact, over 50% of Americans are deficient in this. Within just a few days, I noticed my sleep was much deeper than before. So far, this reminds me of melatonin. I'm sleeping deeper, but I feel extra drowsy when I first wake up. But as I kept taking it, my energy levels became much more consistent, with less midday crashes or a reliance on caffeine to feel good. And this seems to make sense, because magnesium glycinate helps with muscle relaxation and stress, which plays a huge role in quality of sleep. But there's something I must point out. Sleep studies about magnesium are relatively new and small, so there's a lot of long-term effects we don't know about this yet. Follow for more experiments. This is magnesium glycinate.
A lot of people think they're tired, inflamed, and stressed for no reason, when in reality, they have one huge mineral deficiency, and that is magnesium. Today we're going to discuss the 9 hidden magnesium deficiency symptoms that most doctors don't even realize. Most of the storage of magnesium is inside your bones, as well as inside your cells. Only 1/3 to 1%, that's 0.3%, of your magnesium is in your blood serum. And so the worst mistake that people make, especially doctors, when they're evaluating magnesium, is to depend on this blood level of magnesium. That is a big mistake. Let's say you want to determine someone's wealth by having them show you what they have in their wallet as far as their coins. That is not a good place to determine their wealth. You want to look actually in their bank account. You don't want to look in their pocket. Well, that's the exact mistake that a lot of people make when they're looking into the blood for not just magnesium, but other nutrients as well. There's over 300 medications that can deplete your magnesium. Let me also just show you all the other things that can deplete your magnesium. Stress, sugar, caffeine, alcohol, having high levels of insulin because your carbs are too high, and a large percent of the population has insulin resistance, so they can't even absorb the normal amounts of magnesium. Low hydrochloric acid in your stomach, chances are you don't have enough hydrochloric acid. We've already covered the medication. Low salt and low vitamin D can all lower your magnesium levels. Now let's go through the hidden magnesium deficiency symptoms. Number 1, anxiety. I'm talking about a sudden anxiety that comes out of nowhere. There's no real reason to have anxiety, and all of a sudden you feel anxious. It could also be a panic attack as well. You want to think about magnesium as your brakes, okay? And without magnesium, you have no brakes. So then you can't stabilize the nervous system. All right, number 2, waking up at 2 a.m. This many times can be related to high levels of cortisol. Now, there's many reasons why people have cortisol in the middle of the night. It could be a blood sugar issue. It could be a stress issue. But one of the key things that magnesium does is it suppresses and it keeps cortisol under control. Now, a really classic deficiency of magnesium would be eye twitching. That's called tetany. It's a classic magnesium deficiency. And what's happening inside the muscle is that magnesium, because it's the master controller over calcium, there's an imbalance. We have too much calcium and not enough magnesium to control it. So the simplicity of this is calcium controls the contraction of the muscle. Magnesium controls the relaxation. And if there's not enough magnesium, all you get is this contraction, this tetany. And it is the mineral to prevent calcification in your body. If you take a look at even heart attacks, for example, deep in your cells, you have calcium crystals building up in the mitochondria that then interfere with the normal contraction and relaxation. Magnesium will keep your joints from calcifying. Magnesium keeps the arteries from becoming stiff. I mean, think about how many people have high blood pressure as they get older, which many times is merely a magnesium deficiency. Migraines, headaches can be a magnesium deficiency. Think about how many people have muscle spasms. If you could just kind of scan your body and you have tight muscles anywhere, chances are you need more magnesium. Next one is heart pounding after eating. Magnesium is so important to relax the heart. Many of the heart medications really mimic the magnesium effect. So without magnesium, the arteries get stiff, they contract, blood pressure goes up. That can lead to atrial fibrillation, which is a very common and classic magnesium deficiency, for which you need a lot of magnesium over a long period of time. And don't worry, at the end of the video, I'm going to show you what type of magnesium you should take and when to take it and how much to take it. Number 5 is feeling exhausted from thinking, right? Because at the very foundation of the creation of energy, you need magnesium in the mitochondria. So just thinking too much actually makes you tired. But magnesium can easily fix that. Our brain is only 2% of our whole body, but it uses 20% of our energy. The next one is random chest tightness. Now, you might be thinking heart attack, but if you're low in magnesium, you won't have that relaxation of the smooth muscle. Low magnesium allows calcium into the heart tissues and start to cause more contraction and more tightness. Next one, number 7, is sugar or carbohydrate cravings. So I've noticed when I put people on magnesium, many times they don't crave as much as they did before. And they're really surprised because they thought it was just a carb craving that wasn't connected to anything. But magnesium can greatly help reduce those cravings very easily. Next one is wired but tired. You go to bed and you lay there and you just can't get into a deep, restful, relaxed sleep. Magnesium helps calm the brain, calm the muscles, and without magnesium, your brain and your body just has this nervous energy. It can't relax. Another symptom that's related that I didn't put on this list is restless leg syndrome. That could be a magnesium deficiency too, where your legs are just full of energy and you need to either massage the legs or go for a jog in the middle of the night. I had that for many, many months. Last one, number 9, is feeling really heavy, like you feel like you're 200 pounds. It's like, what's going on? My legs are heavy. I feel like I'm trudging through water. What is going on? That is a magnesium deficiency. And this is because the energy factories, called the mitochondria, are dependent on magnesium, and you don't have enough to power the mitochondria. So basically, it's taking more effort to move your body and your muscles. Now let's talk about what type of magnesium is best. What magnesium is the worst is magnesium oxide. That is the magnesium that they sell at CVS drugstores. It's the type of magnesium that most of the research on magnesium is done with. And the problem with magnesium oxide is you only absorb 3%, okay, 3%. And so you'd have to take a tremendous amount to have it work. But the problem is when you take more, you get diarrhea. So a much better source of magnesium is magnesium glycinate. With magnesium glycinate, you not only have magnesium, but you also have glycine, which is a type of protein that helps GABA in our brain. So it's really good for calming us down, helping us sleep, and you absorb 80%. Now, some people will say, oh, magnesium glycinate doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, so it can't really affect our sleep. But that's actually not true, because a lot of mechanisms that involve sleep are not actually even in the brain. They're in your gut. They're in your tissues. And so by giving your body more magnesium, it can indirectly affect the brain. The best time to take magnesium is toward the later part of the day. I like to take mine after dinner sometime. Sometimes I'll take pills, sometimes I'll take powder. Powder is much easier to take. You mix it with some water, you drink it down. If you mix it with warmer water, it will completely dissolve. Sometimes I don't have time to warm the water and sip it like tea, so I'll just put it in cold water and slug it down. And one thing you need to know, when you take more than 400 milligrams of magnesium glycinate at any one time, it goes through the urine, okay? So our bodies can only absorb certain amounts at a time. If you really wanted to create a therapeutic benefit, let's say you're dealing with atrial fibrillation or some type of major deficiency like osteoporosis, you would want to take magnesium glycinate 300 milligrams to 400 milligrams several times a day, okay? And that way, you can get much more absorption. A couple of things that will help you. Going on a low-carb diet to fix insulin resistance, that will allow you to absorb more magnesium. Also, if you're getting older, if you're over the age of 50 or 60, chances are you have low hydrochloric acid. And the way that you know you have that is if you have like any indigestion or heartburn or GERD, in which case if you took something called betaine hydrochloride, not only will that fix your stomach, but you're going to absorb a lot more magnesium and other minerals. And also, it takes vitamin D to absorb magnesium, and it also takes magnesium to absorb vitamin D. most people are deficient in vitamin D. Taking both of those can go a long way in a lot of different problems. Also be careful with the caffeine. A lot of people drink way too much coffee. I'll do 1 small cup of coffee in the morning, and that's it for the day. And once you do that, since you're on the topic of magnesium, I have another video for you describing the different types of magnesium, and I put that video right here. Check it out. Magnesium is a fascinating mineral. It's involved in over 350 different enzymes in the body. And we may find that it's involved in a lot more. But what's interesting about enzymes is that they speed up the chemical reactions in the body of a factor of like 100. Contracting the muscle in one step of contracting muscles, magnesium is critical in the production of energy in the body. Everything that your body does requires energy. Most modern degenerative disease, which kills more people than anything else. All heart disease and strokes and a lot of dementia. If we don't have enough magnesium, now it's difficult for the body to balance these responses. Hello, health champions. What if your most stubborn health problem came down to something as simple as a magnesium deficiency? And that's very possible because magnesium functions as a cofactor in over 300 enzymatic reactions that covers virtually every function in your body. And today we're going to talk about the top 10 signs that you may be deficient in magnesium. And sign number 1 is muscle cramps. And a lot of people are associating muscle cramps with minerals or with magnesium. And there's several minerals involved, but magnesium is the critical one in balancing all the others, such as sodium, potassium, and calcium. So calcium is involved with contracting the muscle, contracting muscles.
No,
magnesium counteracts calcium. So magnesium competes with calcium for these binding sites, and then magnesium allows that muscle to relax. Sign number 2 is fatigue and weakness, and magnesium is critical in the production of energy in the body. And energy is called ATP. That's the energy currency that your body uses, adenosine triphosphate. So what is that? Well, you have a little sugar complex called adenosine, and then this adenosine is bound to phosphate groups. And if we have one phosphate group, it's called adenosine monophosphate. And that's a low energy state. It's relatively stable. This is not often going to break apart. But then we have a high energy bond that I like to think of as a spring. It's kind of spring loaded. You load it up with energy, and then when it releases, then that spring discharges its energy. So we have 2 of these. That's called adenosine diphosphate. And that's a higher energy state, but it's still a low energy state compared to adenosine triphosphate. So this is the energy currency that your body uses. Everything that your body does requires energy, and the way it gets this energy is that we break down food and we move around electrons, and these electrons cause phosphate groups to bind onto this adenosine. And when we have 3 of these phosphates, we have a spring-loaded system that's just waiting to spring loose like a bow and arrow, basically. And then as soon as this phosphate group is bounced off, now we use more energy to put it back on, and then we do this over and over and over, and we do this trillions and trillions of times every second, because everything in the body requires this energy currency. And there's 3 different primary ways that magnesium participates in this. First of all, this molecule is stabilized by magnesium. Most of the ATP is circulating inside the cell as magnesium magnesium ATP complex. But then there's also several steps where magnesium is critical for the function, the biological activity of ATP for expressing this or binding it and unbinding different complexes. And the third way is in an enzyme called ATPase. So in order for this spring to come undone and release its energy, we need an enzyme called ATPase. And ACE is just an ending they put on words to indicate that it's an enzyme. But this ATPase is magnesium dependent. So out of these 300 ways that magnesium act as a cofactor to enzymes, here are just a few that are involved with energy production. So one reason magnesium deficiencies are so incredibly common is that magnesium is notoriously difficult to absorb. But not only that, we make it even harder because there's some modern lifestyle factors, and I'll mention a few of these. The first one is that we eat a lot of high phosphate foods. And even though phosphate is necessary and it's the same phosphate
스트리밍하는 이유가 최강사님하고 얘기하는 이유가 되어버렸어.
Then this phosphate binds to the magnesium and keeps us from absorbing it. So inside the cell, magnesium helps stabilize this ATP complex, but in the digestive tract, it's a bad thing because it keeps us from utilizing it. And some of the places where we get excess phosphate are things like soft drinks and fast food, processed meats, and baked goods. So you don't really have to worry about the natural phosphate content in good whole food, but it's with the processed foods that we can get too much. Sign number 3 is metabolic disease. And now, of course, we're talking about insulin resistance, which is at the core of most modern degenerative disease, which kills more people than anything else. So all heart disease and strokes and a lot of dementia is caused by insulin resistance. And magnesium may not be the cause of this, but it is still critically involved with this because magnesium increases the activity of the insulin receptor. So in order for insulin to work, it has to bind to this insulin receptor, which acts like a key. And with magnesium present, we get more of this activity letting glucose into the cell. So magnesium deficiency is one factor that keeps people insulin resistant, that keeps insulin from working properly. Another aspect of this is number 4, which is high blood pressure and irregular heartbeat or heart arrhythmias. So in order for muscles to contract and relax appropriately, we need a balance of different minerals. And the key to contracting is called calcium. And then we need magnesium to relax this. And this to me is one of the most fascinating aspects of human physiology. So there's 2 proteins in a muscle, and one is called actin and another one is called myosin. So we have these 2 proteins, and because of calcium and magnesium and ATP, we have this little protein called myosin that has kind of like a hinge on it. And then with calcium, it binds the myosin to the actin. And then because of ATP, it performs what's called a power stroke. So this protein changes shape. It kind of cranks forward. So it ratchets the protein, the actin, over, and we get movement. And when we have millions and millions, hundreds of millions of these little proteins, that's what creates muscle contraction. That's how we can shorten the muscle. The muscle can never push, never exert energy to become longer. It can only pull. And then magnesium is critical for causing this muscle to
for those of you who are new to my channel, I used to do this all the time. I used to do like these long-formed presentation style talks about key topics such as like rank anxiety, how to improve, concepts in tech, and trying to help people get a more, well-rounded understanding of the game, less about intermediate frame rate and more about key concepts. And I haven't done one of those in a long time because the game has not been worthy of it, and I would argue it's still not worthy of it. But right now, I'm going to do what's going to be my final Tekken talk, I think, at least for the foreseeable. And it might be the most important, at least to me. Obviously, as you all know by now, Season 3 came out, and it was a shit show. Every other content creator and their mom has made a video ranting, raving, complaining, and I've tried to avoid that. I've been on other channels, I've been on Mike Hollow, I've been on Finty, talking about it in general. But I'll be honest with you, I've really struggled to put all of my thoughts in a single place. And I didn't want to just do another rant video. There's no one watching this who hasn't watched at least like 5 other rant videos. But like, if I'm going to do a video on this, I think it needs to, ideally, would provide something more interesting, or that you perhaps haven't heard in the other places, in my take. So I am going to talk about my feelings about Season 3, but I'm also going to try to talk about it more holistically, so hopefully this will be useful and insightful. And it's also going to be for people who actually enjoyed Tekken 8, believe it or not, because I know you exist, and I know there are people who enjoy Tekken 8, and they find it hard to be able to talk about it with any positivity, because they'll just get shit on by the people who don't like it, of which I am one. I won't shit on them, but I am one of the people who don't like it. And I got something here for them too, because I think if you're enjoying the game, I want you to enjoy it. Personally, there's nothing I would want more than to sit here and tell you that I enjoy Tekken 8. I want to. There's this idea amongst a lot of people, there's a lot of grifters out here, just pretend not to like it. No, I assure you, my displeasure is very much real. Very, very much real. But without further ado, let's get into it. So, Tekken 8 Season 3, as I've described it, the end of hope. So, Richard, the end of hope? Why do you say that? Why would of all the ways you could describe Tekken 8 Season 3, why would you describe it as the end of hope? I would argue that this game has been running on hope since it came out. And I think Season 3 is when it runs out. In fact, I will go so far to say this. Here is my thesis, and the rest of the video will try to summarize it. I'm going to try and sell this idea to you. I actually don't know how many of you agree with this already, but I think when all is said and done, future historians will look back on this and they will say that Season 3 is when Tekken really died. They will remember Season 2 as being the bad patch, maybe the worst patch in fighting game history. But Season 3 will be the season that Tekken 8 really hit the shitter. And maybe even Tekken hit the shitter. And that's a big claim. That's a massive claim. And I'm going to try and back it up, okay? I'm going to try to back it up over the next hour along this thing, right? I already thought that it was the case. Season 3 would just create apathy. Yeah, we'll see. What became resistant to copium? That's the motherfucker. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I think the real issue with Season 3 is that it's a major plot twist reveal. What do I mean by a plot twist reveal? A plot twist, a good plot twist in the story isn't just like a surprise. A good plot twist in a story is when something gets revealed to you and it makes you look back on the past with whole new eyes. Like, Sixth Sense, spoilers. Sixth Sense, you find out that Bruce Willis' character who's been dead all along, and you go, oh, it makes sense. We know the boy can speak to dead people, and he's the only one that the guy's interacted with. Of course, he's been dead the whole time. That's what makes the twist really powerful. It's not just the individual moment, it makes you look back on everything you've seen with like whole new eyes. I think Season 3 has been like the reveal. Because Season 3 was just bad in and of itself. It makes you look back on Season 2 and Season 1 and everything they've said, everything they've done and gone, I get it now. I think it's a massive reveal. And again, I'm going to explain what I mean. But like I said, to understand this, you first have to go all the way back to Season 1. Alright? And then after the fact, we're going to discuss interesting. Alright? So, enough preamble, let's get into it. Season 1! Confused potential. Alright? When Season 1 first came out, I have not liked Tekken 8, actually pretty much since the morning. I thought the game was very much a mess. It wasn't even in a pretty good spot. But it was very much forgivable. You know why? Because Tekken is always a mess when it first comes out. The first patch of Tekken, the first instance of a new Tekken is always in complete mess. Always. That's always the way it's been. And so, like, in a way, it didn't really matter that much that it was in a shit state. We weren't happy with it. But we kind of knew that the game would get better over time. And so, therefore, from our perspective, it was not like where the game is, but where the game was going. That was like the real question, right? We can understand the game not being that great right now, certain moves being overpowered, the movement perhaps not being where we want it to be, all kinds of issues. But the real question was, okay, forget where the game is now. Where is the game going forward, right? It's in the arcade phase, exactly. For those of you who don't know, maybe Tekken 8 is your first Tekken game. Like, typically, Tekken gets released in the arcades first. And this is a major deal. Because what it means is that the only people playing Tekken at this phase are the people who are diehards, the hardest of hardcore. They are getting up there, going to a physical location, paying their money to play individual games of the game. And in a sense, then all of their feedback is coming from the most hardcore players, right? And so they'll go for like a year of this, 2 years of this, of only getting feedback from the most hardcore players. And so by the time it comes out on consoles, we actually have a fairly refined product. It has been refined by the power users, let's say, like the most intense users. Tekken 8 is actually the first time Tekken games come out like on console first. I didn't even know there is an arcade release, but the console release, the mass release, is the first release. Which I think lends a lot to why we've ended up in this mess that we have. Again, the first runs are always a mess. Always a mess. But typically, the honing down process will be done by the development team in conjunction with the most hardcore users. Not scrubs like us, right? And we end up receiving a somewhat polished product by the time it's on PlayStation, by the time it's on Steam, blah, blah, blah. That didn't happen this time, clearly. The thing that was the most frustrating about Season 1 is that, like I said, it's not about where it is, it's about where it's going. And while we were playing Tekken 8 Season 1, it was really hard to tell where the fuck the game was going. If you remember, this was a period where we were constantly getting 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 step backs. There'd be nerfs that you look at and be like, that's cool. There'd be buffs that come out like, why is that happening? There'd be changes over there, characters would get touched, but the moves that you would most want to be adjusted wouldn't get adjusted, right? Like, it was very inconsistent patching culture. I think a lot of people have forgotten Season 1. Like, when Season 2 came out, I heard a lot of people saying, like, let's just revert the patch, go back to Season 1. I'm like, no! If Season 1 is the best we can hope for, let's get out now, right? That was my view. Like, so the future at Season 1 was really hard to tell. It was really difficult where the game was going to go. And I remember having a conversation with, it's a big conversation with a bunch of people, but I remember the buff guy being there, and the buff guy saying, I think Tekken 8 has the potential to be the best Tekken ever. And at first I was like, you are crazy. But when I heard him explaining something, I realized, no, he's right. Like, the stuff, it is possible for this to be the best Tekken game ever. There's enough here. But just because it could didn't mean it would, right? So the question of Tekken is always a question of potential. Where are we going? What is this going to be like when we are there? You know what I mean? And so I would argue that Season 1 was very much a fork in the road, like a Rorschach test, right? If you know what a Rorschach test is, so when you have those ink blots, and you ask, like the psychologist has an ink blot, like, what do you see? Oh, I see a butterfly, or I see a skull, I see whatever. It very much reveals what's going on in your own head. What was the future of Tekken? Was the future of Tekken going to be what we like, this explosive, hyper-aggressive game that they seem to be showing? Or were they going to tamper it down? And the truth is, this is where the start of the whole game really began.
판 끝나고 잠깐 된장국 하고 밥 한 그릇 먹고 올게요.
If you wanted it to be a visually stunning but refined experience, it could be that. And we can talk about it and dream about it becoming that over time, right? And make arguments and make videos about how you can do it. If, however, you like this bombastic, guess-heavy thing, then it could be that too. That's what we've got, and we're going to get more of it. We are living in this Rorschach test where we're all talking about the same game, but it's all living in the realm of potential. It's living in the realm of potential, right? That's why we kept playing. Whether you like the game, or like many of us, you didn't like the game, we kept playing. Because we were invested in what the game was going to become. As you all know, at the tail end of Season 1, they actually low-key started to tell us, started to put their finger on the scale of what the game was going to be. People like me wanted to become a more closer to old Tekkens, a game where offense wasn't so favored and your defensive options were broader and often more movement-based. And the way they were talking, especially after that infamous IGN interview, it seemed like Katsu, Akamari, and Harada agreed with me, or I agreed with us. And they described what was coming in Season 2 as, you remember, the defensive patch. That's how they described it. Now, for them to say it's going to be a defensive patch, what they're essentially saying, remember, we're on the fork in the road. What they're essentially saying, or signaling, is that the road we are going to go down is the more refined, defensive version. Not more bombastic, more refined. That's kind of what they were signaling. And so, we did please do season 1. Come around. Safe in the knowledge that season 2, as crazy and perhaps as lackluster as season 1 was, season 2 would at least be a more refined, interesting, stimulating game. Right? That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be more defensive, Tekken that we all know and love. Oh boy. Then season 2 actually happened. Oh boy. Oh boy. Season 2. Who remembers season 2? Who remembers season 2? I remember season 2. Patrick Farm remembers season 2. This shit came out. Woo-wee. It was a shit show. Easily. Now thanks for following. Easily the worst received patch in human history. I won't say it's the worst patch in fighting game history. I've not played a real fighting game. But I don't think there has ever been a worst received patch. Is that fair to say? It was cataclysmic. It was cataclysmic because it went completely against everything they had signaled up to the release of the patch. It was massive. And so I would argue, that's why I've titled it Betrayal or Mistake. Because we were all hurt. Actually all of us, but most of us, a lot of us, especially the most vocal, were really hurt by this patch. And it led us to think about, okay, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? Did they, A, just lied to us? Right? They said it was they knew it wasn't going to be a defensive match. They said it was going to be. Right? That's one possibility. Or two, perhaps even more terrifying, they actually did commission a defensive pack, but the people entrusted with the actual decision making completely failed to deliver. So either they aimed for defensive and missed, or they were never aiming defensive and lied. Those are the only two possibilities. I want to say that again. Either they aimed for defensive and missed, or it was never going to be defensive and they lied. Okay? I'm pretty sure that these are only two possibilities. If there's a third possibility I'm missing, let me know. But I feel like these are only two things viable that you can realistically think of for an entire team of developers, right? I'm sure that we didn't know. Believe what you wanted to believe. Some people, I see some of you in the chat saying they lied. Some people thought they lied. Some people thought they missed. We don't know. We're not in the room. We're not actually in the room. Right? I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you, chat. In season 2, I thought they missed. You know me, anyone who's seen me knows my nature. I always assume the best until I have reason not to. I assumed they missed. I assumed that this was a too many cooks in the kitchen type situation. Certain people wanted a defensive patch, certain people failed to understand what was happening, coordination failure, and they missed. That was my assumption.
밥 먹고 올게요.
Okay. I love Tekken. I trust Harada.
금방 먹어요.
I assumed that
자고 싶으면 가서 자든지.
we were deceived. That they lied. Oh, sorry, no, not that they lied. I assumed that they didn't lie. I assumed that they just missed. That was my fault. Do you know what I mean? If you know his streams, you know he plays a lot of other games. Well, not a lot of other games, but he plays other games on his streams. But he never puts on his stream. Never, ever. The fact that the main man is saying that, yeah, I might have to pivot. You know, you're talking about Arsenal Tie. Arsenal Tie was one of the original. You might not know if you're newer. It was like the original sort of meme video maker for Tekken, right? And he was like, yeah, I've kind of slept on Tekken because I've been doing other stuff in life, but I was ready to come back to Season 3. He looks at Season 3 and it's like, I'm out. He's out. I'm not doing it, right? I was watching K-Wiz. K-Wiz is like, he's in the commentary space now, content creating space. He's gonna play Tekken. He's like, I don't know if I'm gonna compete. I don't want to step back from the computer. The most dedicated people in this space are being like, I'm either out in some capacity or I'm like looking to pivot. Because I can't do this for 5 years. I can't. It's one thing to sacrifice 2 years on the hope, on the faith that by year 3, it'll be the game you want it to be. Which is what a lot of people have done. But now, in year 3, season 3, we're like, no, this is it. This is it. This is it. There can be no hope. That's why I call this whole thing the end of Cope, right? That's why I called it that. Because there can be none. You know what I'm saying? There can be none. All must decide. All must choose their path. If you're in, be in. If you're out, get out. Okay? Every fighting was able to dumb down the difficulty. That's a separate question. That's a separate thing. I'll do a separate video talking about fighting in general. That's a separate thing. I'm just talking about the fate of Tekken now, right? If you paid for the game, you paid for the right to bitch about it. 100%. You can bitch about it. But at the same time, I'm not saying you should go to jail if you complain about it. But I do think now, if you complain about it still, you're being a bitch. Like, or if you complain about it in the sense of like what you want the game to be. Because at a certain point, the game is done. You can bitch about it and not play it. I hear it. I hear it. But here's my view, right? Imagine you go to a nightclub, okay? I go to a nightclub and the DJ is playing shitty music. Or it's music that I think is shitty, okay? At a certain point, let's say they used to play music that you used to like. It makes sense to use at the same time, like, hey, DJ, can you go back to the songs you were playing before? It makes sense. But after a certain point, you'd be like, look, I have to leave. I have to leave the nightclub. The DJ's playing their music. These guys are dancing to the music. They're clearly liking it. At a certain point, the club's not the issue. I'm the issue. I'm wasting time. I'm ruining it for the people. I'm ruining it for the people that are having fun. And perhaps more importantly, I'm ruining it for myself. I have to go find the clubs playing the music I want. You know what I'm saying? I think we're done. Right? What if the DJ kept sprinkling ideas that they will play the old music? I hear it. But this is like the DJ gonna go, hey, DJ, play, this song. And he looks at you and he goes, wow, the 7 songs doesn't come on. And then you go, hey, DJ, that song I mentioned. And the DJ goes, this song later, the song doesn't come on. At a certain point, you're gonna be like, the DJ played me, I'm an idiot, I'm getting out of here. Do you know what I'm saying? It makes sense for you to take a couple, try to get their attention, try to get him down, but at a certain point, you gotta be like, he ain't doing it. He's not incentivized to doing it. And if I'm not careful, I'm gonna be here all night waiting for the track that will not come on. I gotta leave. That's where we're at, okay? That's where we're at. So, what now? I disagree? Well, by all means, stay in the club. Do your thing. But personally, when you start complaining, if I see you in this game, still playing it 3 weeks from now, and you're bitching, I'm muting you. Respectfully. Because now you know what you're in for. I'm muting you. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you decide to keep playing this game, right, then you're in. This is the game. I said this once and I'll say it again. I'm sorry, Tekken players, but at the same time, this patch is hilarious. Yeah, I bet it is. The boy can only cry wolf so many times. 100%. Tekken used to be something better before 8. I think people can rightfully call out the devs from enforcing the vision that is never there. But no, though, because they have the right to make the game what they want it to be, and then we have to decide whether we're here or not. Do you get what I'm saying? They have the right. If you write a Harry Potter book, you can make Harry Potter 2 or Harry Potter 3 however you want it to be. You write The Matrix, you can make Matrix 1 and 2 how you want it to be. Yes, we have desires as consumers, but at the end of the day, the artist gets to make the call, and our power is deciding whether we're here or not. That's it, really. And my point is, we've spent enough time asking them to pivot in the direction we want. But you also have to keep in mind that there are plenty of people who like the game as is. Here's the thing. Maybe this is a controversial view. Clip this and take it out of context. I think Tekken 8, if it wasn't called Tekken, would actually be a really good fighting game. Imagine Tekken 8 wasn't called Tekken, okay? And it's just a new 3D fighting game. People would love this game. They'd be like, this is a really fun 3D fighting game. I understand why people like it. The tragedy of Tekken 8 is that it's called Tekken, right? But I can totally understand how people would enjoy the game in its current state. I absolutely can see how people could enjoy it. Not as many, admittedly, because it is kind of building off the infrastructure, the culture, the community, the love that the Tekken built, old Tekken built. But it's a game, it's fine. I get why people like it. I get it. The problem is we've come to it with Tekken expectations. And it hasn't met Tekken expectations. But it's a fighting game. It's a competent fighting game. Absolutely competent fighting game. Tekken out on its own merit doesn't work? Maybe. It wouldn't be for me, for sure. And that doesn't add up? I don't know. There's a lot of fighting games out there that I don't like. Doesn't mean they're bad. I've played a lot of fighting games, especially in the past few months. I've played a lot of fighting games that are very mix-up heavy, very guess heavy. With, as a defender, you don't really have that many options. And what made Tekken historically stand out, and Tekken is so defensive. I mean, you have to bear in mind that in Tekken, unlike in any other, I mean, guys, listen to what I'm about to say. Listen to the words about to come out of my fucking mouth, chat. In Tekken, if you take your hands off the controller, right, hands off the controller, and your opponent does high attack or a mid attack, for the most part, your character will block it for you. Think about what I just said. Think about what I just said. If I take my hands off the controller, the character will automatically block highs, most highs and most mids. No other fighting games like that. No other fighting games like that. That's how defensive this game is. Tekken is a game where you as the attacker have to think about how am I going to get you. Because you have so many ways to not get got. That's what makes Tekken so unique, right? It's so weird and so difficult. And I also say that offense is strong. Well, offense is very strong, right? But like, think about it on an almost engine level. It is the most defensive fighting game, which is what separates it. And so people that have come to love Tekken have come to expect that level of defensive power. So when you strip it away, you can have a perfectly fun fighting game. But it's so antithetical to what you've come to accept from Tekken. As a Tekken lover, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? But if you came to Tekken from a different fighting game, you'd be like, yeah, this is, Tekken should be more powerful than offense, way more powerful. In some ways, we're spoiled as Tekken players. That's why you used his defense being so sharp. Hypothetical, not Tekken 8, where that was a big love, it's okay. I don't know, maybe. Soul Calibur did that too. Yeah, maybe. But this is my point. I don't think Tekken 8 is objectively a bad game, but it's just a bad Tekken game. Objectively, I think. But here's an analogy I want to use, and it's a really dark analogy, but it's an analogy that came to mind. Like I said, I think in analogies. I had this friend who, her mother had, unfortunately, had a stroke, and she had to take care of her mother because her husband had died. Her mother's husband had died, and she was alone. Grandmother had passed away too, so there was no one to take care of her mother. And she told me this really harrowing story that, like, while her mother was alive and had stroke, she could barely remember anything. And it was really hard for her, because of course this is her mother, they had jokes, there's so much love, so much history, and her mother can sometimes forget her name, forget how old she was, right? Like, it was just, like, heartbreaking to watch this person who you loved kind of not be there. And then eventually her mother died, and she said something that was really always stuck with me. She was like, as dark as this sounds, and I'm almost ashamed to admit this, it was almost a relief when she died. Because if she just died initially, it would have been heartbreaking, but I would have known where I stood. I would have grieved her, I would have struggled, it would have been maybe the worst 2 years of my life, and I would eventually have to stand up and move on. But she didn't die. She was still alive. But at the same time, the person who was alive wasn't my mother. She wasn't the sharp-witted, witty, funny, charming, rude, lovable person who was my mother. But she had her skin. She had her frame was there. So I had to treat it as though it were my mother. Right? And so I was almost caught in this. It was harder because I was caught in this midway house between life and death. It would have been easier if she had just never had a stroke, or if she just died. But because she was in this halfway house, it was like torturous. It was as if she was dying again every day. every time I saw her. Whereas now, as dark as it is, it's at least final. It is clear. It is clean. I know what this is, right? A good deck can be better than a bad undeck. Exactly, right? I know it's a crazy analogy. But it's the analogy that I think is like the craziness of it is the potency of the analogy is why I'm going for it. To highlight the fact that sometimes it can be easier for a thing to just die, or at the very least for you to just accept it as being dead. Because the halfway house can be way worse for you, for your mind, for your soul.
I need some new friends.
For you to be unsure. You know what I mean? And that's low-key, that's how I feel about Tekken. And why I'm like, Season 3 was trash.
Hold on.
And I'm glad it was trash. Because now we are finally, shorting this box has been open. We now know which path we are on.
Friends wanted.
My mind is clear. All must pick a side, right? There is a dark relief that comes from the trashness of the Season 3 patch. Does that make sense? Let me know in the chat if that makes sense. So I know what I said is wild, but hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. Okay. Yeah, no more complaining. I truly believe this. I know people are going to give me a hard time because I spent the past 2 years basically complaining about this game. So now I'm going to say people don't complain? No. I'm going to say I'm not going to complain. And I'm also going to say that I have no time to do complaining. If you are still playing this game Season 3, I don't want you to hear you complain about the fundamentals of this game. I just don't. I don't want to hear you complain about heat anymore. I don't. I do not. At least I don't want to hear you complain about it in the context of all Tekken. Don't. Just don't. Because you knew you were dealing with this. You knew you were dealing with this, okay? You fucking knew this is what you were getting. Don't at me. Don't complain. Don't bitch. Don't moan. You knew. Okay, you knew. You fucking knew. Don't complain. Oh my god, Brian's all bullshit. Don't complain. You knew. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Don't complain. You knew. You fucking knew. They told you what this game was. Don't bitch, alright? Pick a top tier, play to win. Or pick a low tier, and be proud of yourself for winning with a low tier character, but don't bitch. I actually don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay? You have any tips for a T6 lay? Reruns to 6 now, right? That's my I have no tips. That's my view, okay? The problem isn't that it's no more Tekken. Instead, it had a horrible stroke. Exactly. Like, that's why I just don't want to hear it. Respectfully, I just don't. Lastly, I want to say that everyone has been betrayed. I'm speaking too quickly. Everyone has been betrayed. Think about what I said earlier about if they defensive patch. Did they lie? Or did they aim and miss? It's clear to me that they lied. And remember what I said at the beginning about the plot twist, the reveal? Season 3, them lying back to basics, has also recontextualized everything we learned in Season 2 and Season 1. And they're going to go, oh, they're liars. They will say whatever is necessary to keep people like me playing. But what they actually want to do is what the game is. They lied. They lied. And not only did they betray me, Bernie, they betrayed you. Because there are people who I like them, I respect them, they like the game in its current state. And rather than coming out and saying, this is the game, we're proud of the game, we like the game, we know it's a new direction, but we think it's healthier and has more legs, and we're going to stand for it. Instead of saying this, so that people who love the game can come out and say, yeah, this is the game, this is the future. Instead, they constantly, out of the side of their mouth, been like, yeah, you're right, Chad. We need to be more defensive, Chad. We need to go back to basics, Chad. You're right. The game in its current state isn't good enough. We have to improve it. And I go, cool. I'll stick around then. But if they had just said, no, this is the game. It's in your old man's Tekken. This is new Tekken. This is intense. It's guess heavy. It's mind game heavy. It's less 3D. But like it's more reads based. There's lots of positive language you can use to describe the current game. This is what it is, and you have to decide if you're in or you're out. That actually would have given people who like the game like sort of the confidence to like just be like, yeah, this is the game. I'm in now. But instead, they're constantly signaling that they themselves don't like their current game. They'll put out a Season 2 patch and then immediately apologize for the patch, and immediately patch against that direction. They'll put out a trailer at the end of Season 2 saying that we need to go back to basics, that the direction that we've gone in is wrong. And then completely go back on that and release a Season 3 patch, which is more of the same. Do you get what I'm saying? They betrayed everyone. If you're like me and you didn't like the direction of the game, they lied and betrayed to you. But if you're someone who did like the direction of the game and wanted to keep going here, then they threw you under a bus too. Because they didn't even back your side of the argument. You get what I'm saying? I would have had way more respect for them if they just said, no, this is the new Tekken. This is the new Tekken direction. I know you spent 20 years, 30 years, whatever, playing Tekken in an old way, super defensive. We are taking Tekken. We're taking this whole franchise in a brave new direction. And we hope you come along with us. And if you don't, it is what it is. But we believe this is better, it's more healthy, it's more inclusive, more people will enjoy this version of the game. Please come with us. That would have been a way more honest take, but that's not what they said. That's not how they spoke, that's not what they communicated. They constantly signaled that they were going to make it more traditional. Defensive patch, rein it in, refinement, back to basic. Only to not deliver. They're using bug whizzing tactic was pretty. It's super crazy. Super crazy. To be fair, they might legit not understand what made Tekken good. Murray demonstrated why step when you can block the launch. No. Because again, no, I don't believe that. I actually don't believe that. Far too often I've defaulted to, oh, they're just ignorant. No. They know. They know, or at the very least, Shinpei, they know what we want, which is why they're able to signal it. They know we want more defense, which is why they're able to signal that the next patch will be defensive. They know we want to go back to basics, which is why they're able to signal that we go back to basics. And then they don't do it. So no, I don't think this is the case. I think it's more a case of they know what they want to do, and they know what the audience wants. They know those two things are in conflict. And rather than just saying, we're doing what we want to do, they're instead saying, we're going to do what you want us to do. And they're not doing it! Which is the worst of both worlds. It's the worst of both worlds. So basically, they should have did what Guilty Gear Strive did, alienate some hardcore fans and get new fans. Exactly. Which is basically what they're doing, but just dishonestly. Counterpoint, Mary knows what Tekken is. He's been here since 2001, but the famous comment is what Tekken wants to be. It doesn't matter. Fuck Michael Murray. It's about Nakatsu. Don't forget, at the end of Season 2, Nakatsu said every change will go through me. The book stops with me. Nakatsu said this. This is Nakatsu's vision. I actually don't know what Michael Murray does, if anything. I don't know. I actually don't know. But what I do know is that Nakatsu said every change in Season 3 is going to go through me. After the backlash that he received, he said, every fucking change will go across my eyes. So now, 100% of my blame is on Nakatsu. Because he said it should be. You get what I'm saying? Again, I'm not saying that Michael Murray is a great person, blah, blah, blah. He blocked people on Twitter, blah, blah. I don't even have Twitter, so I don't care. Nakatsu said, it's on me. So it's on him. Period, point blank. 2 times they straight up lied to everyone's faces among other controversial decisions. It's safe to assume Matt's over competence at this point. Agree. The whole political thing earlier is accurate. To suppose it divides the guys playing the game. They want Tekken Bro to shit on each other instead of them. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what they want. All I know is what they've done and what I'm going to do about it. Like, that's me. So, yeah, like I said, everyone has to decide what they're going to do over the next 2 to 5 years. Every content creator, I think, is now, not even I think, I spoke to them, Blackheart, Big T, listen to what the way Felix is talking, listen to the way that Rayman's talking, listen to what King J is saying. Everyone has looked at Season 3 and gone, I have to diversify. I can't do this for another 4 years. I can't. They want the money. Well, they do want the money. And it's not a cynical thing either. If this is what you've been doing to pay rent, I can't fault you for that. But everyone's being like, okay, but I can't be in bed with this. Like, we have to pay it. It's not that he's stop playing. He can't just stop playing. Even for me, personally, like, I noticed that when I stream about Tekken, I get way more views. I have 100 people currently watching me on YouTube. I have just about 40 people watching me on Twitch. I don't get these numbers when I talk about any other thing. I know this. Literally, the last time I was here, I was playing Metaphor, Fantasio, and at the end of the stream, I had 2 viewers. 2 viewers. I've never been a streamer that only has 2 viewers since I started streaming years ago, right? And that does something to you. But at the same time, I've already made the decision. I'm just going to play what I want to play. I've suffered Tekken for too long. For the next couple of months, I'm just going to play what I want to play. I'm taking a break from fighting games. I'm playing a bunch of other games, and then in a couple weeks time, a couple months time, I'll come back to fighting games. I'll play a bunch of different fighting games, right? But the thing is, I can afford to do that. I don't have kids. I don't have a mortgage. Okay, I can afford to do that. But if content creation is your is how you pay the rent, or is a large chunk of it, you literally can't afford to do that. You're trapped. And so for those guys, they have to take a more measured approach. They have to try and pivot. They have to try and slowly pivot away from Tekken. Right now they put 80% of the time to Tekken. Now they have to do like 70% and then 30% elsewhere and then try and grow that. That's hard for them. I think about someone like Blackheart. Blackheart arrived in the content creation space very quickly, right? And he made a great name for himself because he's so good at Tekken, right? He got every character to GOD1. There are people whose entire Tekken career is like getting one character to GOD. And he's someone who's got every character to GOD1. Think about the amount of your brain and your life you have to sacrifice to that. So for him to turn around and be like, okay, I'm gonna stop playing Tekken, that's really hard. It's really fucking hard. And it's very easy for fucking hard stuff Tekken players to be like, oh, whatever, if you don't like the game, to walk away. It's walking away from a lot. Not just money, but time and effort and community, right? And community. Like, y'all actually forget how important it is to see, you forget how important it is to see names. I see Zinc, I see Shinathina, I see Brickrub, I see Firebird, I see these names, I see Noise Zombie, right? Gully's game, how you doing, Gully? Like, Ray the Wizard, you joined the crew, good to see you, new member or newish member. I see Bernie. My point is, I see these names. Cam, another one. Like, and again, don't feel missed out if I don't see chat's going through. But like, I see these names, and I'm like, even though I don't have a personal relationship with you, oh, Shinpei, there you go. Like, even though I don't know you as personal people, when your names come up, I go, oh, it's you. Hey, how you doing? You know what I mean? I have a pseudo relationship, a very pseudo relationship, and that means something. But when I don't play Tekken, a lot of these people don't show up. Right? And again, I'm not faulting you for that. I'm not being like, oh, you're gonna follow me as me. I do the same thing. If I follow you for content about a game and you stop playing that game, there's a very good chance I will stop growing. It's the nature of the beast, and it's really hard for people. Put on Nicodemus, right? It's really hard for people. And when I think about how I feel, I can't imagine what it's like for people who pay a large part of their, their heart is in this, you know what I mean? I'm trying to channel that energy through Tekken 7. I think gradually switch to other competitive games, probably Marvel Rivals. It's good to hear, Blackheart. I said it on the stream with Blackheart, I say it again. I love you as a person. I want you to be happy, and I want you to stream games that make you happy. I'm tired of watching people I like suffer through this game. And I know that the only reason they're doing it is because they know that in the short term, this is the game that'll give them the biggest audience. I know that feeling, I know that pressure, and I don't like seeing people I like do that. And I know it sounds like I'm being over dramatic, oh, suffering the game. I'm telling you, bro. This game is, streaming this game is suffering. It's actually suffering, especially if you don't want to be there. And it wasn't always like this. Chat to go, how you doing, Anna Marie? I don't want to see it. So yeah, every content creator, every tournament player, everyone who's invested a large chunk of their life into Tekken is now, next season 3, having to look down the barrel of 2 to 3 years and being like, how long, what am I gonna do? If you're doing single player games now, I think, given how much you've read, I think you would like Library of Runia. We'll see. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm playing a bunch of games, and I'm playing with me. I'm not worried about my numbers. I'll worry about that later on. I'm taking a break. Probably nothing for that Tekken. You're right. Nothing does for nothing for that Tekken, and that's true too. Nothing does for that Tekken. And that's the issue. That's the issue. I was talking to Michael and C4 and Avatar Yaya about doing a let's play for a superhero tabletop RPG, like basically a knockoff Teen Titans. See what kind of powers they have. But my point is, there are lots of personalities that I've met that we can make a lot of fun content for, and I'm already. Over this next month, as I play single-player games and I go away, what I'm really doing is thinking about, okay, what kind of content do I want to make going forward? But the fact that I'm having these thoughts, everyone's having these thoughts. The DX is having these thoughts. The main man's having these thoughts. Every Tekken content creator is having these thoughts about, okay, what am I going to do for the next 2 to 5 years? Because I'm telling you, it's not going to be Tekken 8. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Season 3 has made every Tekken content creator, everyone who's invested time into their into Tekken, has made them go, check their pockets and be like, I gotta do something else. I gotta do something else. It promotes evolution, bro. I don't know if that's good. Don't know it is. I want to see C4 be time fire. Time fire! Me neither. Can be great. No, they got me with Roger. I'm gonna have to come back and play him. And I want you to. I can't stress this enough. If you like this game, have fun. Not sarcastic. Not memeing. I'm not gonna do the fucking Finty like, oh, you're all pigs, you like slop. No. It's absolutely viable to like this game. I totally get it. It's just not for me. And I wish that they had just been honest with both me and you from the jump. you get what I'm saying? I deserve better, and you deserve better. Do you know what I mean? You deserve a development team that is on.
Let's talk about the earliest sign of a magnesium deficiency that you do not want to ignore. There are 22 signs, but the earliest sign will shock you, so stay tuned for that. Now check this out. Most of your magnesium is right inside the bones, 60%. 20% is in your muscles. 19% is in the soft tissues and the different organs. And only 1% of all the magnesium is in your blood. Magnesium is the most overlooked nutrient by doctors. You cannot determine a magnesium deficiency by a blood test because half of the magnesium in your bones, 30%, can be used as a reservoir for extra magnesium for your blood. So you can be very magnesium deficient in your body, yet have normal magnesium on your blood test. There's no single quick way to determine your magnesium status in an accurate way. But first, let's talk about how someone would be deficient. Let's first go through the things that can deplete you of magnesium. Of course, you have the sugar, the refined carbohydrates, you have the alcohol, you have cirrhosis of the liver. You also have, even in the farms, they put this fertilizer, NPK, stands for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. They don't put magnesium back in the soil. And then if we eat the plants that are low in magnesium, we become deficient in magnesium. Malabsorption is another common reason. That means you have inflammation in your gut, which prevents you from absorbing magnesium and other nutrients. If you're on a diuretic, if you are on a PPI, that's something that helps with acid reflux. If you had gastric bypass, if you're low in vitamin D, you're not going to be able to absorb magnesium. If you have inflammation, you won't be able to absorb magnesium. And there are also magnesium deficiency diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, arthritis, osteoporosis, and cardiovascular disease, because there's a huge association between all of those diseases and low magnesium. But now let's talk about the diet. What foods are high in magnesium? Well, if you guessed leafy greens, you are correct. These are vegetables. Anytime you see green, think chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the blood of the plant. So if you want more magnesium, think more green. And I'm not talking about pistachio ice cream or lime green jello. If you do certain vegetables like spinach that have high oxalates, that can reduce the absorption. So in other words, some of the foods that do have magnesium, like almonds, chocolate, also have oxalates, which can block the absorption. Now, people will tell you that grains are high in magnesium, right? Well, grains also have phytates, which block magnesium. Those are whole grains. But you say, well, I'm eating refined grains. Well, when they refine the grain, or any food, they get rid of most of the magnesium. So grains are not a good source of magnesium, whether they're whole grains or refined grains. Also, when you boil food, you end up leaching out some of the magnesium. Roughly, the RDAs for the recommended amount of magnesium is between like 300 and 400, maybe a little bit more. There's some data that shows that ancient man needed a lot more, almost double that. And so most people don't even meet the minimum amounts that we need to prevent a magnesium deficiency. And this is why between 48 and 90% of the population is deficient in magnesium. Also realize you can get magnesium from various meats, chicken, especially pork. You can even get it from red meat, and even cheeses, especially Parmesan cheese, and especially shellfish. So now let me go through some of the body clues that might indicate that you're low in magnesium. And then I'll get to the first earliest sign, because the earlier you know you have a deficiency, the better. Okay, anxiety, insomnia, depression, migraine headaches, restless leg syndrome, muscle cramps, fatigue, Tourette's, oxidative cholesterol, high homocysteine levels, high blood pressure, calcification in the arteries, arrhythmias, risk for getting a stroke, metabolic syndrome, polycystic ovarian syndrome is PCOS, risk for kidney stones, higher levels of calcium in the blood, inflammation, nystagmus, where your eyes are going back and forth, and asthma.
So you're probably kind of surprised how many different symptoms could occur if you're deficient in magnesium. But just realize if you have sufficient magnesium in your body, all 350 different enzymes can finally work, and the body can actually do its job. But now let's get to the number one earliest sign that you have a magnesium deficiency. Neuromuscular hyperexcitability. Now, what the heck does that mean? That's a fancy word for tetany, or twitching of your muscles. Whether you get it underneath your left eye, like a or even on your arm like this, it starts to twitch like that. Any of those little twitching sensations are the earliest signs of a magnesium deficiency. You have to realize that your nerves require magnesium to work. And apparently when you're deficient in magnesium, the nerves become more excited. You get faster nerve impulses, not slower. And if you really want to know what's happening, we don't have enough magnesium to push the calcium out of the cell. So now we have this buildup of calcium inside the cell, can't come out because we don't have enough magnesium. So we don't have the normal contraction and relaxation. So with magnesium and calcium, we have this whole dynamic between nerve impulses and muscle contraction and relaxation. Now, since I brought up these right here, it's called leafy greens. If you want to know how much you really need to not only get your magnesium but your potassium, you should watch this video right here.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 2. Fight.
아, 잠이나 자야겠다. 최강원 선생님 맞나?
Get ready for the next battle.
최강원 선생님 맞을까? Swallowing saliva benefits.
스왈로잉 살리바 베네피츠.
Get ready for the next battle. 기사마, 一体何者だ?
I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid that's naturally present in our mouths. So try to give saliva adequate time to interact with your teeth, especially if you're trying to mineralize them, and with your gums, if you want them to heal. I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid that's naturally present in our mouths. So try to give saliva adequate time to interact with your teeth, especially if you're trying to mineralize them, and with your gums, if you want them to heal. I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid that's naturally present in our mouths. So try to give saliva adequate time to interact with your teeth, especially if you're trying to mineralize them, and with your gums, if you want them to heal. I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid that's naturally present in our mouths. So try to give saliva adequate time to interact with your teeth, especially if you're trying to mineralize them, and with your gums, if you want them to heal. I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid that's naturally present in our mouths. So try to give saliva adequate time to interact with your teeth, especially if you're trying to mineralize them, and with your gums, if you want them to heal. I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid that's naturally present in our mouths. So try to give saliva adequate time to interact with your teeth, especially if you're trying to mineralize them, and with your gums, if you want them to heal. I wish more people knew about the incredible healing powers of saliva, the liquid.
この場でとどめを刺してやる。
My name's Gordon Proctor, and I direct the Mucosal and Salivary Research Group here at King's College London in the Dental Institute. For a number of years now, I have been studying the function of saliva and salivary glands, and so today's question is, why study spit? All of the internal body surfaces are coated by a fluid which helps to protect them and prevent disease. And saliva fulfills that function for the mouth. This fluid is packed full of components which have an antimicrobial function and can control bacteria and other microorganisms that are present in the mouth. There are some diseases which cause a chronic loss or change of the properties of saliva in the mouth. And not only can these affect oral health, they can also impact on everyday activities that we take for granted. For example, tasting and swallowing food, or even speaking. So, we study saliva in order to find out how we might replace it if it's lost or enhance its functions. We study salivary gland function in order to determine how saliva is made. Some patients with salivary gland disease have the absence of saliva, and by learning how it's made, we can determine how to treat those glands and then bring back the saliva that those patients have lost. A second part of our research on saliva is concerned with what it tells us about our health and how it might be used to diagnose disease. Many components of saliva are derived from the rest of the body, not just salivary glands or the oral tissues. So, like blood, it can be used to diagnose systemic disease. We can use saliva to determine whether somebody's infected with HIV or hepatitis. In the future, it's likely that we will see the increased use of saliva in diagnostic testing. Unlike blood, it doesn't require the use of a needle, and so it can be collected repeatedly and easily from subjects. Recent research in linguistics suggests that spit is one of a few highly conserved words that was in use 15,000 years ago. So it would seem that we've always been preoccupied with spit and what it says about us.
I can place the tongue on the ceiling of my mouth on all parts except the tip of the tongue. What should I do to fix this? Side effects of eating while standing. 손 좀 씻고 와야겠다.
Welcome. Is it better to sit or stand while eating? That's a big question. You may be asking, well, what are the benefits? Why do I have to sit versus standing or stand versus sitting? They've done some interesting studies. And the studies basically show that those who stand more are those that are more slimmer than those who sit more. The concept non-exercise activity thermogenesis, a study in 2005, Mayo Clinic, they state that people that were standing 2 hours more per day than sitting were burning more calories, and those were the people that had less fat. Now, this actually went back to our ancestors back years ago, that there was no fat people around, although they were not sitting either. They were always standing while eating. An interesting article in the Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism, 2013, it takes 20 minutes for our brain to know if we're full or not. So therefore, people who eat fast are those that are never going to know if they're full. So what does that mean? That means that you're over-consuming more food and your brain is not understanding how much food is in your tummy. So eat slower, that within 20 minutes, your brain will be able to communicate with your stomach and let you know how full you really are. Now, standing in itself has a lot of different positive changes when it comes to metabolism. There are different thermogenic factors, certain enzymes that are secreted while standing as compared to sitting. The bottom line is that you stand, you get more revived, more fresh, more oxygen into the lungs. The joints become more mobile.
I'd heard about mewing a long time ago, and I didn't know that you were supposed to put your teeth together.
You shouldn't even actually be pressing your tongue up. What you should do is you should create a vacuum in your mouth so your tongue stays up. So now I've got comfortable posture. Comfortable posture, but my tongue's down. Then I'm going to swallow several times so I create a vacuum and my tongue is glued on the roof of the mouth with the back third properly engaged. Now, this is my comfortable posture.
I'd heard about mewing a long time ago, and
know improper swallowing can affect your teeth. Give those front teeth stick out because he's pushing them forward with his tongue every time he swallows. He doesn't even swallow his food properly. He's suckling it. A proper swallow should have no indication in the face. The lips resting together and the tongue forcing on the palate, raising the cheekbones, not pushing them forwards. You can tell he's not chewing his food enough. He just sucks and gulps it down. Chewing thoroughly and swallowing correctly are key to good oral posture and dental health. Learn more about proper swallowing techniques with that.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay. 편하고 잘게요.
Round
나도 킹 할까?
Let's watch some Knee first. Let's see what Knee thinks about Tekken 8 Season 3. Can you hear it? You should be able to hear it. Wait. Tekken receiving blood? What did I say? Season 3. Blood no feedback after the patch.
시즌 4번 부탁드립니다. 시즌 3, 17일날 패치가 됐죠.
아, 왜 안 풀려?
밸런스 팀이 이 게임의 문제를 아직 잘 모르고 있어요. 똑같은 문제가 계속 발생해요. 철권 이제 시즌이 거듭되는 일단 대표적으로 전반적인 게 문제. 시즌 2 나왔을 때 뭐 건강 버스 뭐 좀 했잖아. 근데 그거를 뭐 긴급하게 풀었는데 또 시즌에 또 쟁이 문제예요. 근데 또 똑같은 문제. 지금은 그런 거 해야지 뭐 이제 꿀밤 계속 건강 꿀밤 건강 꿀밤.
I don't think I had, but wanna go star? What's up? How does that get into the game though, man? I don't get it.
조심하세요. 저 가요.
와, 네모까지 썼다.
월요일 날에 봐요.
지금 파악이 된 게 아닌 것 같다. 라는 생각이.
Yeah, this is thought on season
안 오기만 해와. 왕 삐질 거야.
시스템이 있잖아요. 카운터 났을 때 이제 모션이 바뀌는 거예요. 플로어 브레이크를 발생시킨다.
Wait, do all new moves with that counter animation trigger floor break? So you're telling me Raven's back 1 does the same thing because he was down back 2 floor breaks on count? Really?